There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with Jewellery Maker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with Jewellery Maker.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
Welcome everybody. Hasn't it been amazing today?
It has. It's been just the quality and the selection of gemstones has been amazing.
Again, I'm going to say hats off to Rob. You've literally put together a really beautifully lined up show, don't you think? And amazing deals, which is always what we're about. We always love that. Speaking of beauty, time for your amazing pieces in the Wall of Fame. Take it away, our Sarah.
Okay, so I have 250, which is from Nikki Lane. This is my first entry to the Wall of Fame, even though I've been watching, buying and making for over 5 years. I've attached a photo of my first chainmail bracelet, which I've just finished using your silver-plated jump rings, together with one of my wire-wrapped cabochons, both with labradorite. All items, including the wire, from JM, as you can't beat the quality. Please keep bringing us your brilliant deals and fun shows, and that's from Nikki Lane. Well, Nikki, I hope that this is going to be the first of many entries, because that's amazing.
I was going to say, where have you been?
Yeah.
We want to see pieces like that. Absolutely incredible talent. 251 here, very geometric. Beautiful elongated design comes from Claire in Powys. Hello to you, Claire. And she says, hi, please find attached my latest make, a fancy jasper and onyx rosary link necklace using 1mm copper wire and some square link rose gold chain. All items and tools were from JM. Lately I've struggled to finish things that I've started, so I'm glad I finally completed something. I've now started an amethyst bracelet with silver coloured wire, and I'm determined to finish everything I start from now on. Good luck to all fellow offers, but a win would really be amazing for me right now. Love, from Claire in Powys. I get that, Claire. I'm like that sometimes. I'm like that. A list always organises me, yes. So it's satisfying to put that tick next to it.
I sometimes have a UFO day, which is my unfinished objects day. I go and finish them. So sometimes it's worth doing that. I've got 252 here, which is from Suzanne Anderson. Good morning to Jewellery Maker. This is my necklace I made for my niece's 16th birthday, and she absolutely loves it. Just had to make her this after watching the wire writing demo by the amazing Claire. My niece has struggled to cope with the loss of her dad, my brother, after he died suddenly a few years ago. I'm so sorry to hear that. I have always told her that he watches over and is never far away. So the necklace represents her own guardian angel, Daddy. That's from Suzanne Anderson. What a beautiful, beautiful sentiment in a piece of jewellery.
That is lovely.
Lovely.
Really, really. I'm so sorry to hear of the loss as well. I've got number 253. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. And it comes from Janet Healy in Massachusetts. Hello to you, Boston in Massachusetts. Greetings to all at Jewellery Maker. This piece is the... is an accumulation of JM shopping madness. Every piece of material used to make this pendant came from JM. Usually there is at least some portions of jewellery pieces that I have purchased from JM, but not this time, and probably not in the near future either. I'm taking a major JM haul in on my studio right now, so much so that I had to go out and buy more storage to hold everything, from gemstones to wire and tools. Even a sketchbook is on its way to me shortly. I guess the question is irrelevant now, but do you think I went a little bonkers? Absolutely not, definitely not. Perhaps, but I'm very happy, a very happy bonkers, so who cares? Absolutely. This is a pendant made from your silver-plated wire and a purple-banded agate. Thanks, JM, for offering so many high-quality products. Best regards, and that's Janet Healy in Boston. Absolutely incredible. No, I don't think when you've got talent like that, you can't. Don't hold yourself in. No. Don't hold yourself in.
Okay, I've got 254, and this is from Claire Edwards. Hi, just wanted to share this piece with you. Pendants can teach you a lot about mixing colours, and this lovely pendant was one of my own, but I added some lovely jade and tourmalines, which I bought from you to complement the piece. I hope you like it. I could do with a bit of cheering up. All the best, from Claire Edwards. Well, Claire, I hope you cheered up a little bit by seeing your piece of jewellery on the TV.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful.
And a beautiful piece too.
Yeah.
I've got number 255. Coming from Jackie Wicker. Hello to you, Jackie. She said, morning everybody. My entry this week is using the lovely printed Shel pearls with blue rainbow coated quartz on silver plated chain and a toggle clasp, everything from Jewellery Maker. Hope it is good enough to make the wall and really could do with a win. Good luck to everybody. It certainly is, my darling, and congratulations. Good luck to you, Jackie.
Okay, I've got 256, and this is from Bronwyn. Hello all at Jewellery Maker. This week's Wall of Fame entry is made from small turquoise nuggets, which came from a matrix box you recently sold at a bargain price of £9.99. I bought 2 at the time as they were such good value, and I'm so pleased I did. It gave me enough turquoise from both boxes to make this necklace, which I absolutely love, and it looks great on. I teamed it with Amazonite rounds and silver-plated wire and chain. All components were purchased from Jewellery Maker. Good luck to my fellow waffers, and many thanks to all at Jewellery Maker for giving me the opportunity to make my own jewellery at minimal cost. That's best wishes to all from Bronwyn.
Beautiful, Bronwyn. Love it, love it, love it. Love the textures. Turquoise is one of those gemstones that really works with texture. Look at this for colour. I've got number 257 here. We were talking about elongated neckline pieces, weren't we? It comes from Michelle Rathbone in Dunford Bridge. She says, hi all at Jewellery Maker Mansion. My daughter-in-law, who's just given us a wonderful baby granddaughter, saw a necklace in a boutique window, which she liked and sent me a picture to see if I could make something similar, and here it is. Using Shel, coral, turquoise, labradorite, Shel pearls and quartz, all from JM. This is my take on it, and I hope she likes it. Best wishes to you all at Jewellery Maker, and good luck to the other waffers, and that's Michelle Rathbone. I tell you what, you must have one very, very lucky daughter-in-law, and congratulations on your new granddaughter.
Okay, got 258, and this is from Cable. Hi all, attaches this week's entry for this week's Wall of Fame. Sterling silver earrings made with yellow shell rounds and amethyst. Some of the first sterling silver things I have dared to make. All products are from Jewellery Maker. And I may say that for your inspiration, I got 2 of the Deal of the Day scoops and cannot wait to see what I get.
Yay.
And to make more sterling silver items. Thank you for giving us addicts so much pleasure. The best TV show, and that's best regards from Cable.
Oh, that's lovely. I'm so glad you got that bead scoop as well. It was amazing. Really amazing.
Couldn't dial fast enough.
You really? You didn't get it? Oh. I hate to say it, Sarah, but you massively missed out, my darling.
I know.
Massively.
I came in and it was there and I didn't dial fast enough.
You weren't fast enough. 259, last but by no means least, I have a wonderful pearl necklace here from Alison Malik. Hello to you, Alison. And she says, hi everyone at Jewellery Maker. I bought 2 strands of beautiful multicoloured pearls about 3 weeks ago. I even stayed in for the afternoon to make sure I didn't miss them. Just a shame I've been too busy to make something with them until today, although I did, and I keep looking at them. I made this necklace using rose gold plated spaces and clasps to complement the colour of the pearls. This is the first pearl necklace I have ever owned, and they were worth the wait. Thank you, JM, for the fantastic gems and prices. Good luck to everybody this week. Alison, stunning. Absolutely incredible. Classic beauty, that is. I enjoy wearing it, my darling. Keep those entries coming in to the Wall of Fame. We love to see them. Now, we have just quickly put the graphics back into your screen. For those of you that weren't with us earlier on this morning, it's a depleted location of sapphire. We simply cannot get hold of it anymore. Over a decade ago, the Songea mine closed for business, which is in a region in Tanzania, and famed and celebrated, documented by numerous gemologists, but probably the most globally renowned is Richard Wise, as one of the most valuable and considered sources. Now, check out though, because there's still a lot of those in baskets. Now, I've still got all of these to bring you. Need to get cracking, Rob says. Like literally, is that you cracking the whip? Okay, let's start. With Peridot. Beautiful. Look at the shape of these. There's only a handful, so it's going to be quite fast and furious. Look at that colour. It's almost neon green, isn't it? Oh, it's like zesty lime juice. You can almost taste it. Let's bring that price tag in. You just don't do. Sorry, I couldn't even speak then. You don't see Peridot at £6.95, same as you don't see blue lace agate. You don't see £6.95. Have we got quantity of these, Rob? You're going to need to be quick. You're going to need to be quick as soon as you possibly can. Again, yeah, this with pearls, this with the apatite, this with the malachite that we had earlier on, this with the beautiful pink opal. Everything, to be honest, totally natural colour. This is not irradiated in any way, shape or form. Kenyan Peridot as well. Can I just say I've not seen Kenyan Peridot previously. Look at that colour. We need to get some more. We need to be seeking some more Kenyan Peridot. Look at that quality of colour. Almost sold out. I need to move on. In the essence of time. Oh, aquamarine for the first time today. Do you know the colour of this? I was actually thinking that it might well be another Swiss blue topaz strand. Just because the colour is that good. Because aquamarine usually can be a little bit pale. Can be, not always. Especially with clarity like this. If it's got colour like this, usually it's heavily included. You don't tend to get clarity and colour accumulatively unless it's very considered. Isn't that amazing? Totally natural, really. Seriously, look at that gemstone. Look at all of them, but seriously, look at that colour. Wow. All of them, amazing. Absolutely incredible. Should be £17.95, lowest ever price point on your screens. Listen, it's our last 50 minutes with you before we have I don't know who's up next, can't even think yet. But Becky and Sammy is up next, so we're going to set the pace for the afternoon. £12.95. Congratulations, lowest price point, never been at that price before. Aquamarine usually is heat treated to bring out the intensity of the colour, not needed, totally and utterly natural. A beautiful example of March's birthstone, don't you think? But it will sell out. It will definitely sell out. So many. If we probably look back at today's show, I know it's going to be sell out, because of the deals. Because of the deals that we are bringing you. I actually thought this was topaz because of the clarity and the colour. An aquamarine will aspire to look like a sky blue topaz in terms of both of those categories, and it's definitely delivering here. Well done to every single one of you. Already we've got Sheila, London, Maria, hello hello to you, Phyllis and Tatiana and Susan and Jessie and Merseyside and Angus and new buyers. Stay with you on those phones. If I haven't yet called your name out, it just might be that you've not appeared on my call screen as of yet, which is there. Of course, there is a slight delay. This alongside the deal of the day. Don't you think? Wow.
I know, so dreamy, isn't it?
Really is dreamy. Oh, it's so... I can almost picture sort of a bunch of roses or something like that. It's so beautiful.
It is. It's got all those sort of natural tones that just... it's beautiful.
Amazing. Well done. Stay on those phone lines. Oh, these are fun. Okay, so we've done lots of delicate, haven't we? We've done lots of beautiful, pretty, delicate. Shall we bring you a big shouty statement? I'm not going to shout the whole auction, no way. Oh, we're not allowed to do it if I don't shout. I can't even hold these, so I'm going to have to put them on the board. 1,300 carats. Look at the size of these. I'm going to use them as coasters. These are coasters. 1,300 carats. I mean, that's so glacial-like, isn't it? I mean, this one on the... I can't reach down to it. Hang on a minute. This one here. I mean, could that not be literally like the Arctic?
Well, it just looks like sort of the wind's blowing across and just frozen it as it went.
Yeah. I'm seeing, hang on a minute, the lake, you know, the water, the Arctic water, then the cliff face and the sky. Are you seeing that too?
Oh, yeah.
Or the other way round?
See, I like the one that's 3 down nearest me. The one with like...
You love this one, with the chevron?
Yes. Yeah.
Aren't they fab? Should be priced on your screen. Yeah, we've brought you lots of dainty, haven't we? Let's bring you some faceted statements. Drilled through the centre. Treat them as a cabochon if you wish. £12.95. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Ben just said, did you just say eat one in a sandwich? No, I didn't say that. I don't think I did anyway. Did I say that, Michael? No. I don't think I did. If I did, then I'm probably hungry. Look at these, they're fantastic. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in total. 9 in total. Get some light behind them. They'd be fantastic as interior design pieces, maybe sort of your curtain swags. Wow, that one's fab, isn't it? Oh, look at that.
See,
look at the pattern on the bottom, or the top, or the side. It almost looks like it's been drawn in, doesn't it? That's fab. Over allocated. I'm gonna have to move on. Aren't they fab? Check out those baskets. Super, super, super busy. Okay. I actually thought these were abalone. I thought these were abalone because they've got that abalone colours, but it's actually Shel. Now, graphics, excuse the misspell. Diamond shape, not diamond shapen. Don't know what that means. It almost sounded like we went a little bit northern accent like.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Look at those. I actually thought these were abalone, didn't they?
They have got a real, especially, you just moved your hand there, I've got all the greens and reds and, amazing.
Absolutely incredible, and then with that black edging, absolutely stunning. 16 millimeters, brand new in, never ever been seen on your screens previously before. Double-sided as well, coming your way at an introductory price point. I love the fact they're drilled on the actual diagonal. Now, Rob said to me in my ear, he said, Elle, oh wow, look at that. Sorry to interrupt myself. He said, Elle, I want them all gone.
Well, that's one way of doing it.
How many have we got then, Rob? 147. There's going to be more than 147 people watching right now. Free phone telephone number 395. Helen, Sandaline, Jill, Adele, Tatiana, Belinda, Margaret, Chris, Julia, hello to you, Maureen, Somerset, hello, multi-buyers, and I do not blame you. If I lay next to this, maybe your Apatite or the Aquamarine or the Peridot, it's going to absorb those gorgeous colours. Brand new introductory opportunity, super busy today, by the way. Add it to your order at $3.95. Why wouldn't you? Again, similarly, actually put this with Spinel or something really rich and encouraging. What would you do with this, Sarah? Because like straight away, I know there's going to be people going, well, you know what, I'll have 2 of those.
You know, because the way they're drilled, I would have them so they're going to sit in rows and tessellate them. So I'd actually create a V, like a triangular shaped drop bib style neckline with them. So I might need to get 2 to do it, but I want a really sort of deep triangular V shape with them all tessellating beautifully together. When they move, you're going to see all that pattern of light run across the top of them.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, I actually thought they were. Admittedly, I hadn't picked them up from a distance. I actually thought they were your abalone because you've got the amount of colour that you would expect from our abalone, I should say. Yeah. Amazing. There was 146 of these available. There's, well over half the stock has been allocated already and people buying 2s, 3s and 4s, and why wouldn't you at £3.95? Amazing. Okay, got to move on. Bracelets. These were new. I launched these with Scott. Don't you think they look fab like that?
They do.
Claire, did you put them like that?
Yes. Yes,
Are you just saying yes now?
They may have come out of the bag already like that, but I thought they still look pretty.
They look really pretty like that, don't they? Let's just own that one, Claire.
Okay.
Do you think they look fab like this? They're 3 individual bracelets. So, I mean, they're a finished piece of jewellery in their own right, aren't they? 100%. In that antique copper style. With the finish, you've almost got that sort of kumihimo style. You can braid on these, you can weave onto these.
Yeah, you could do, you know, beautiful intricate designs with your smaller beads. You could, you know, do your wire wrapping on there. Yeah. You could macrame over them, macrame gemstones in, similar to one of the designs I did of the first kit. So you've got the gemstones running across the banding. I think if you wanted to, you could wire all 3 together as well if you wanted to make a real sort of statement.
Sort of like this, do you mean? Yes. Let's take them all, hang on. Sort of alongside one another like this?
Yes, so you could actually then make it even wider because you could have a set of gemstones in between each of the extra bars, if you like, the sort of 2 joins. So you actually end up with so you'd end up with sort of 6 gaps where you could wire wrap into.
That's a really good idea, and if you look in the retail establishments where you're not necessarily even going to have brass, they might just be sort of your very much base metals, then you'd definitely be paying more than £6.95 for one of those. You're getting all 3. There's the dimension, 6.5 centimetres, by the way, which can be manipulated. You can kind of squeeze these around your wrist or extend them out. That's the beauty of a cuff like this. Stunning. Again, yeah, resin, you could actually put your resin or your polymer clay or your Kato clay in the centre, wear them as they are. Fabrics as well, certainly. I've got to move on. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to sterling silver connectors. These are new. I've not seen these. Okay, they're new to me. They're like little daffs. Daffodils. Don't you think daffodils are the really, really friendly flowers? Really cheerful.
They always smile at you, don't they?
They're like that.
Yeah.
Don't you think? I always see a daffodil and like think, look at their little smiley face. They look so cheerful.
They do.
Apart from when the wind blows, then they're like that.
They're still cheerful though.
They're still cheerful. They're just like that. Oh, absolutely. By the way, that was my chair squeaking. Just to clarify, I've already had this happen on here before. Okay, as in the chair squeaking, etc. Now, solid sterling silver. Yeah, really cheerful. These beautiful decorative flower connectors. 8mm in their size. They're just lots of fun. You could thread just some chain through that and leave it as it is.
Yeah.
Don't you think? Stylised flowers.
I think they would look really nice with just jump rings in between and just have them running in a little row on a bracelet with a
Yeah.
little sterling silver chain at the back.
I think that's a really nice idea. You get all 5, solid sterling silver, £9.95 only. Yeah, put your silver jump rings like what you had earlier on in between them and actually turn it into a bracelet.
Yeah. Or just on the drop of a bottom of an earring.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They're perfect size for that too. Don't you think? Love that shape. I just think they're really, really cheerful and friendly. Like our daffs, I suppose. That might be my Welsh roots coming out, perhaps. Well done. Do stay where you are on those phone lines. Absolutely stunning again, alongside any of the big high-end gemstones that you've seen so far. How about with some... Did you just say chrysocolla? Chrysoprase? Or praise, depending on how you... Where? Where? Are you kidding me? This is...
Wow.
It's not just me. I mean, admittedly, I don't see chrysoprase praise rather very often. It's not just me that thinks this colour is unusual.
That is very unusual.
Normally, if I say chrysoprase to you, what colours would you be thinking?
Sort of more of a paler sort of blue or tail sort of green.
I'm thinking, yeah, sort of like normally...
Sort of a bluey green.
Yeah, bluey green, but quite dark.
Yeah, it could be quite dark or it could be quite...
Not chrysocolla.
Yeah. It's not normally that.
I know it gets confusing, but this is it just me that's thinking this is a really unusual colour? It's gorgeous and it's natural. Totally and utterly natural. Look at that colour. 65 carats. Top drilled, and they're beautiful, dense drops. Really pretty. Can you imagine unearthing this from the ground? Doesn't that fascinate you? Can I just put this next to the deal of the day? Just because you've got those 2 opaque gemstones, and I, to be honest, that's a combination of gemstone marriage that I've not seen before. Because normally chrysoprase I've not seen. In fact, I've not seen it in that colour. I don't think so. Bring it with the deal of the day. Those gorgeous pinks. Look at that. Could that be any more beautiful? That's natural colour.
You know, that reminds me.
Natural colour.
We were talking about the daffs coming up. That's the sort of vivacious sort of stems you get on them, isn't it? When they first come up, it's like really...
This is floral, isn't
Yeah.
it? So floral. Our should-be price is £14.95. Okay. Let's take it to... Oh my goodness. Single figure price tag. For chrysoprase. It's not a gemstone I get to speak about every single day. It has got this amazing waxy luster, a luster which is all about the exterior surface, but it's the colour which is so unusual for me, and this is natural. Like I said, probably the only gemstone that I would liken it to is maybe your green onyx, which is treated. This is all Mother Nature's doing. Again, lots of love for this. I have got green onyx coming up, actually, and I'll show you it. Look, don't you think? Don't you think? That combination, it's that secondary hue of blue which comes through. That's coming your way. Love that chrysoprase. That's incredible. Check out those baskets as soon as you can. £5 off. I need to move on in the essence of time because we're straight into one of the most, what has been this morning, this afternoon has been an incredible show. We've got another epic star buy coming your way. It's up next. Okay, now it's taken us since October last year. October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. 7 months to be able to restock this. Now, they sold out, and the reason why they sold out is because these are big, 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 big flowers, and they are incredibly intricate. Every single one has been hand carved, and I think we need to fully appreciate the fact that with Shel itself, it is a brittle material. You know, it's way more brittle than most gemstones. So that to me will elevate the complexity of carving. Do you know what I mean? Because if you carve just slightly too heavy-handed, or you can just shatter the shell entirely. It's taken us 7 months to be able to restock these. They are all hand carved, and they're half drilled as well. So if you've got, and I'll pick one of these up, if you've got any of our half drill findings, or to be honest, it doesn't even have to be that. They've got the actual drill post so that you're going to see the beauty of the carving without any spoiling whatsoever. I'll show you all the way around. Now you're actually getting 10 pieces in a pack. I mean, aren't they incredible? I'm just thinking on head pins as hair combs. Head pins as little hair pins.
Yes, definitely. They would just look beautiful, especially for, you know, anything bridesmaids or bridal. You know, you can pay an absolute fortune for sort of just the little clips, little grips.
Yeah, absolutely. And 10 would be an ideal amount, wouldn't it, as well for that?
Yes.
But they're really beautifully beautiful and big. If I turn this round, there's that drill hole. There's that drill hole, which is not spoiling the front of these gorgeous Shel roses, all hand carved and 12mm in their size. Aren't they incredible? 0800 614 655. Sold out last October at £9.95. Back in stock 7 months later. It's not necessary for us to do. Well, that's almost a third off, isn't it? Almost a third off price reduction. Star buy, pure and simple. We've got to justify the star buy. It wouldn't be a star buy if we've previously sold them at that price point and then we didn't take it to a better opportunity. I only hope I've got enough of these available. Laura, Roslyn, hello to you, Sanderlane, Rosalane, Morag, Beverly, Lynette, Kent, hello to you, Midlothian, and Anne and Candice and Aisha. Anne and South Yorkshire and Jennifer, lots of web bidders and telephone bidders there as well. Look at that gorgeous lustre, and I think we do need to appreciate the fact that Shel, whilst yeah, it's not the rarest gemstone on the planet, it's not, but when we carve this material, it's very, 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 very skilled. I mean, look at the light performance that you get across the surface of it as well. Absolutely incredible. Certainly at a star buy deal. I don't know when it's going to be. That we bring them to you again, stock permitting. Of course, it takes a lot of time to sort of carve these, and I gosh, can't imagine how long it would have taken that lapidurist or gemstone carver to master this incredible art form. It is an art form, Sarah, isn't it?
It definitely is. I mean, you know, there's skill, there's patience, there's time to learn that. And for me, these are beautiful. I'm just thinking, if you're getting married and you've got, you know, maybe you can't stretch to a gemstone or crystal encrusted veil, maybe just to put a little loop on the back and sew them onto your veil, or put a little loop on the back and sew them as buttons, they would look amazing.
This is what you mean. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to say something here, and I love pearls. I reckon I prefer these as earrings, just for something for that special day.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
They look completely
Don't you think they're
different.
gorgeously bridal?
Amazing.
Oh, I'm buying them. Buying them. Stop permitting, obviously. They're fab, aren't they?
They are, and you know, you can do something just as simple as popping a little head pin in there or a piece of wire, popping a loop on. You're ready to go.
Love it, love it, love it. I'll be like you, Sarah, then, with a flower.
You will.
Flower in the ear, not the head. Somebody's just been asking for storage, actually, and this has already been clocked. Already been clocked. It doesn't take long for you jewellery makers. Eagle-eyed. I love this. Look at this. Very structured. Look, you can see it's really rigid. So it's made to last with our fantastic Jewellery Maker branding. So as you can see, comes with sort of a hardened hand held carrier, plus also your shoulder strap, which you can just literally whip over your shoulder, and that's adjustable as well. But countless pockets, literally. One. Look, his little face. Then you've got your little connectors here. Then you've also got your zip compartment here. So, well, basically the full size, as you can imagine, if I turn it round. Then you've also got, move that out the way. And another one. Under there. Turn it round again, and got another zip compartment. Let me open this up, so you've actually got little pokey bits here that you can put your like sort of tools and your pens. Technical term. If I lean it forward like this, you've got little compartments which you could actually separate. You could put, we always say it, I'm going to say it again, Sarah, at least 4 bottles of wine.
That's it. Perfect picnic bag.
Perfect picnic bag. Perfect. Yeah, a wine picnic bag. Yes, never mind the food.
Yeah, you don't need the food once you've had the wine.
Can I just add now, before anybody starts tweeting and messaging me, obviously I'm not partaking in the wine at the moment, I'm just saying.
I'll put you in like...
yeah, no, I'm not. Don't you get me in trouble, no. I'm not. But I will be when baby arrives, of course. But yes!
Nice bottle of pop in there for you.
A nice bottle of pop.
Yeah. Posh pop. I know. It's not the
Schlur.
same.
I used to love Schlur. $17.95. $17.95 for this. Ollie. Ben, do you really want me to do this? I look like one of those Welsh guards. Did I actually just do that? You know what? Never let it be said that I am not game for a laugh. The facial expression. Don't look too happy there, do I? Anyway, well done. Stay on those phone lines. Ben. When it rains, you know, sometimes you use your hand, your coat and everything. You can just use that. Oh God. Anyway, how about I said earlier on with the deal of the day, we had that gorgeous pink opal. We had those beautiful deal of the day strand, which is just like I said, the bar is exceedingly high. If you love your powder blues, your baby blues, then here is the chance for you to get this equally stunning gemstone opportunity. Don't you think the formation, this very Larimar-esque, you've got quite dreamy like patterns, quite sort of cloudy like formations, like when it's a gorgeous summer's day. Should be £14.95, but we're not stopping there. Get involved as soon as you can. Don't you think it'd be an amazing addition with your deal of the day? Not $14.95 straight down into single figures. You can almost feel the warmth on your skin. You know when it is that gorgeous summer's day and the clouds are just making those wonderful pictures and patterns in the sky.
Yeah, it does. And it just draws you, doesn't it? And you can just sort of almost dream away the day looking into the gemstone.
Yeah, totally. And it's natural as well, naturally coloured, not dyed in any way, shape or form. I love it. Very Larimar-esque. It does take you to that sort of beautiful holiday location. Again, super busy. Well done to those of you on those phone lines. We've got over 100 carats here in those lovely Rondelles. Just a couple of them on some sterling silver chain. Looks absolutely incredible. Single figure price tag and a third off for you right now. Get it whilst you can. Lots of you with it still in your baskets. Check out. Good luck. I'll keep everything crossed. This with the shell that you had earlier on, don't you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. Really beautiful. You can make, you know, a really beautiful sort of festival style headpiece with the flowers just dreaming over.
Yeah, love that.
Look amazing.
Absolutely adore that. A charm as well, though. Just one of them on a charm would be stunning. Okay, moving on to Head pins. When did these arrive? Sterling silver rose gold head pins. They've got the lovely ball detail on the top. It's very difficult to source sterling silver. And with us, you can buy with confidence knowing that our precious metals will complement, if you know what I mean. If you buy rose gold sterling silver, it's going to match other components of rose gold sterling silver as well. But we, like I said, prices that we bring it to you, absolutely incredible. Again, very much the backbone of a piece of jewellery are head pins. You've got 20 in a pack and they measure 40 millimetres in dimension. So you need your head pins for pretty much every single piece of jewellery, don't you, Sarah?
That's it. I mean, you know, you want to make a pair of earrings, you're going to use a head pin. You want to make a charm, you're going to use a head pin. You're going to make a drop or, you know, a statement piece to go on the back of an extender chain.
You're going to use a head pin.
Exactly what you're going to use. So, and you use them so often in your jewellery making. And for me, they're the workhorse of the jewellery making. Findings.
Absolutely, because you can turn them into findings as well, can't you? I mean, we were talking with those shells earlier on. You can turn them into the finding itself. You can turn them into a shepherd hook. Now you've got over 2 grams of sterling silver here. That's a good way of putting it. Sarah said the workhorse of the jewellery making, but luxury because you have got the sterling silver itself. How about we bring you all 20 for £5.95? Yeah, we had jump rings in sterling silver earlier on, and absolutely they sold out. You know, no, I believe they did, or was close to. We're now about to bring you, like I said, the actual head pins, which we need. I'd say your jump rings and your head pins. Yeah. Would you say they're most essential?
They're probably the most used. Yeah. Because you know you're going to use them in pretty much every piece of jewellery. You're going to use a jump ring on the to attach a clasp to every piece of jewellery. So yeah, they get. You know, I would reach for those more often than anything else, I would imagine.
And nothing, of course, is ever wasted. So even if you trim these down, if you're thinking, well, 40 millimetres is quite long, even if you trim them down, they can go on to be other components, other findings if you want, or certainly they have got a monetary value because of the precious metal. That's precious metal on precious metal. Okay, well done. Do stay. We are getting lots of you choosing to multi-buy. I've got some amazing sapphire, and on the back of the Songea sapphire earlier. Incredible. I'm spoiled that I can bring you this. I said Songea, Ceylon, and Kashmir, locations which are very much recognised as some of the most sought after in the world. Now, I don't know where this is from. That's irrespective, to be honest. But you have got that really intense. Oh, is it really? Look at the colour. Look at the colour. I was going to say you've really got that intensity of Burmese sapphire, sorry. Look at that. So, hang on a minute. If you've heard of Burmese, that location in gemstones, it's not just rubies, it's also sapphires. Now, with this colour, which is so incredibly regal and royally adorned, you expect it to be in the thousands of pounds in terms of price point. I mean, I'm not saying that this will be valued at that, but it's got the colours, the lustre, the beauty that is undeniably aspired. Now, I would simply just restrand this, maybe put some of your pearls that you had earlier on in between each of those rondelles, just to show off the intensity of the colour and the quality of that diaphanity. A graduation of 23 carat, 17 centimetres of Burmese spinel here. Again, as natural, Burmese sapphire. As natural as it comes, basically. The heat treatment doesn't alter anything about the gemstone. It just intensifies the colour ever so slightly. It's not going to change the clarity in any way, shape or form. Good luck. Again, can you imagine this? And imagine if you have bought now the Songea sapphire, and now you're about to get Burmese sapphire. Those locations, wow! I tell you what, you have got some real prestige there. Should be $49.95. Not today. Rob said he's got some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps not with Burmese sapphire. Or perhaps he will. $34.95. No denying the quality. I mean, you can see it, can't you? It doesn't take a gemstone specialist to actually recognise.
No, that's it. It's so well recognised. I mean, especially as, you know, royal family being adorned with engagement rings in this tone. It's a gemstone I've recognised for years because my mum's engagement ring was only...
same. My mum's sapphire as well. Yeah,
but she only wanted sapphires, no diamonds. 7 sapphires.
One of my best friends, actually, it's funny, they just had their baby and she's waiting for the engagement ring. And yes, we're like... He's fully aware of it, by the way, fully aware, and she's made it quite clear what she wants to me. She's like, I want sapphire, I want it to be very traditional, I want it to be this coloured sapphire as well. So, I'm like, okay, I'll make sure I steer him in the right direction. Not a problem whatsoever. It's this colour, it's quite traditional. It's quite traditional, but it's at the same time, it's never going to date.
No, that's right. It's just, and it's, as I say, it's so recognisable to so many people. And for me, it's a real elegant colour. It's got a real nobility about it.
Yeah.
It's really, dare I say, it's sort of grown up and sophisticated and just,
elegant.
Yes, and it's just that allure of that sort of dark midnight blue.
Well, you think about our Duchess of Cambridge, Kate Middleton. Firstly, I think she's one of the most beautiful people on this planet. I do. And it's not just, you know, how she looks in appearance. I think she comes across as a really lovely girl as well. Like a really, really nice human being. Do you know what I mean? But she suits... Don't you think she suits that engagement ring?
Definitely.
Because she's classy, she's very sophisticated, she's elegant, all of the above. Well done. Do stay where you are on those phone lines. I need to move on. Yeah, I agree. That is such a traditional yet timeless piece. Adore it. Okay, moving on to... I love this. This is brand new. Hang on, this. I haven't seen this on my T-bar. I would have clocked green onyx. It's one of my favourite gemstones. Look at the length of the strand, firstly. Faceted rondelles. I was looking at my onyx yesterday, funny enough. I love onyx. Rob says that's why I always schedule it when you're on show. Kim does the same, to be honest. I think green onyx. I mean, it's not the rarest, granted. It's not the rarest gemstone. It's not. But because it's got that really unusual colour, I think it should be used more in jewellery. It's
got a real vibrancy to the colour, hasn't it? And it's got that sort of blue-green.
Yeah, absolutely. It's totally different to any other green gemstone, isn't it? It's so unique, I suppose. Lovely to see it faceted as well. 22 carats that you're getting here and a 30cm strand. Absolutely adore it. I mean, look how it's reflecting. That's the difference. You can take a really small gemstone. I mean, effectively, these are your micro-faceted gems as well, aren't they? Pretty much. You could use these in your seed beading, Sarah, like I said, which we launched on the birthday. But because they've got that lovely intensity of colour, they're small but they're mighty. They really, really carry that punch, I suppose. Let's bring that price tag on your screens. Because it's one of my favourites, Rob says. Hey, don't blame me. $5.95. If you were to take these off the strand and put them in those little individual tubes, I reckon it would probably fill it.
Yeah.
Or close to.
Yeah.
I mean, and they are effectively little seed beads. What would you do with these in a seed bead manner?
I would probably use them in a similar way to one of the items I did on the DVD, where I did the dragon scale with the super duos, and I did a piece where I had tanzanite rondelles in the bottom of it, and I would put these in there as well, and they would just pop. I think they were just, as you say, they're small but mighty. Because
they really do carry that colour, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. And I think they would just really make the neckline piece just come to life.
Oh, love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, you can do, like what Sarah said, totally contrast the blues and the greens. Or really tone it down like this.
Yeah. And you know, you can put it with black onyx if you want.
Yeah, black onyx.
And then again, you've kind of got that pop again.
Yeah.
So you can sort of, you know, change it up and change it down. It's just, it's so versatile.
Put it with your deal of the day. Look at that. Oh, isn't that amazing? Don't you think that's a beautiful, beautiful combination with the deal of the day? Okay, leave that with you. Well done. Stay on those phone lines. Again, got to move on. Should we bring you those pearls? I was showing you these. I love how these are actually drilled. They're drilled through the centre, through the midriff, I suppose, rather than top to bottom. So these are going to be on a horizontal rather than sort of vertical, basically. So it does make a big difference in how they tessellate and how they look together. Now, totally and utterly natural white cultured pearls. You've got those lovely drop stroke ovals. So yeah, you're going to have some which are like kind of teardrop shapes, like this one at the top of my hand. Can you see that? There we go, right in the middle of the screen. Or you've got some beautiful ovals. Notice how smooth that nacre surface is as well, totally blemish free. 6 by 7 millimeters in their size. Yeah, this again with the deal of the day would look absolutely exquisite. This alongside the green onyx that you just saw, or the shells that you just saw. I mean, to be honest, they can go with so much. Nice to see that size as well, don't you think? Very wearable, very versatile. But in the unusual drill point. Let's take them to lowest price point. Come on, let's get involved. It's been a huge day. Only set to continue. Genuine natural cultured pearls. I'm not talking about shell pearls which have been reconstituted. These are genuine, formed within a mollusk shell pearls, and we're at £6.95. Can I just ask you, have you seen deals like this? I'm not just talking about today, but over the past few weeks, I genuinely don't think we've ever come remotely close to the deals that we've been bringing you. Do you? Do you? If we just trace our steps for the past few weeks, you know, the deal of the day that I had on Sunday, that was the luxury bead scoop. Huge. I can go on and on and on and on. The birthday deals.
Oh, I know. They've been amazing, haven't they?
It's an absolute roller coaster. An absolute, in a good way, by the way. And this is where I absolutely say I'm proud to be associated to Jewellery Maker, and I could not. I genuinely don't think our prices could get any better. I actually had a conversation once, and it was literally once, and somebody said, yeah, your prices are getting better, and the quality is getting better as well. And I stand by that, hand on heart.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing. Absolutely blown away by it all.
Genuine cultured pearls, £6.95. Genuine cultured pearls. I mean, truthfully, who can compete right now? I think sometimes we're guilty of our own complacency, aren't we? You know, if we've been shopping with Jewellery Maker for a period of time, sometimes we're like, you know what, yeah, well, I can get these at that price on Jewellery Maker. We are the break from the norm, you know. Outside of these four walls, you know, you can't get cultured pearls for that quantity. Quantity, quality, price, amazing. Well done. Okay, running out of time. I've got time to squeeze in some rainbow moonstone with sterling silver. Look, I was absolutely jam-packed all around me at the start of the show. We've covered everything, you know. We've covered everything. Look, nothing left. Oh, sorry, Claire. There we go. There we go. There's those. This is the last opportunity. Sterling silver bezel set rainbow moonstone. Oh, I tell you what. Rainbow moonstone, it'll bring you that full kaleidoscope of colour. In 925, sterling silver. Look at that. Look at the performance. Look at that adolescence.
Oh, wow.
They're solitaires, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. I mean, you could be really indulgent and just, you know, almost have it as a full suite if you wanted to, but... Oh.
You know, if you got that chain earlier on, Sarah, restranded as it is, with sterling silver at the back of the neckline, I mean, you've got something very considered. I mean, we recognise, again, this is a gemstone that we actually recognise. Moonstone is beautifully visual, isn't it?
Oh, gosh, yes.
And rainbow moonstone even more so, because you've got the full spectrum of colours. Sterling silver, and there's a lot of sterling silver, 2 grams worth. That is like you basically using your half round wire, sterling silver wire, around every single one of those gemstones. Please consider that, because you know sometimes when you buy the half round wire, it's in those spools or coils, and you're going to use, what do you reckon, a full 360 maybe one of those, you know what I mean, they're in a tight coil, aren't they, but maybe one of those, is it Revelations? One of those would go, one circle would go around a gemstone. So that's going to use up a lot of sterling silver, which you're not having to invest in, because it comes as part of this deal. Should be priced $27.95. And again, for the sterling silver on its own. It's our final auction of the afternoon, and we're going to make sure that we leave the studios with an absolute bang, straight down. All the sterling silver, like I said, that's a lot that you would have to invest in to recreate that design, and it's a challenge as well. Checkerboard faceted on both sides. They measure up to 18 by 14 millimeters and 70 carats of your beautiful rainbow moonstone, along with that sterling silver price point. Good luck, well done. Check out those baskets as soon as you possibly can. Now, with moonstone, like the Romans actually believed that it was solidified rays of the moon. Solidified rays of the moon, and you can see why, can't you?
Oh, definitely. I mean, this gemstone, I mean, I can remember this is one of the first gemstones I sort of used when I started with Jewellery Maker a long time ago. And I was mesmerised by it, because it is just so ethereal. I think it's
ethereal, magical, whimsical. Yeah, we always talk about sort of fairies and unicorns, and you know, it's a gemstone which does literally sort of play with your imagination in some way. Hello to Jeanette and Kate and Isabel and Alison and Julie and Kerry and Paul. Nice to be with you. London and Somerset and Maureen and Lincolnshire. Lots and lots of you on their phones. Again, so we do bring you the half round wire, which is, I believe, half round wire, which is what's actually creating that bezel around each of these gemstones. But it would cost you a lot to purchase the wire alone, let alone your time that's invaluable, Sarah, as well.
It is indeed. I mean, for me, it's not even a thought process. I would just get these the way they are, because for me it saves so much time, so much work. I've got to get that wire, I've got to solder it, I've got to surround it, I've got to then polish it back up again, and there's so much work in there that for me, I just get it like this, make the beautiful piece of jewellery, cut my time down, and my material costs as well. Exactly.
I'm going to take a wander over to our lovely Sarah. Well done, stay on those phone lines. Congratulations to... Hey. Why have I got I look like I'm like half asleep. I look like I'm falling asleep. Oh. Do you know what? I've actually got a picture of our Paula Bennett doing a similar pose, by the way. A similar pose with one of those tote bags. Mosey over to our lovely Sarah. Thank you so much for your company today.
Oh, it was lovely.
When are you back with us?
I've got a little bit of a time off now. I'm back in a week and a half. I think it's the 9th on the Late Show. Lovely.
So make sure you join in with Sarah on the 9th. Anything exciting in the pipeline?
Oh, we shall have to see. I'm sure there's always more projects in the pipeline, but what they are, I don't yet know.
Do not yet know. Don't forget now, if you manage to get hold of the deal of the day, or it's in your basket, check out the Songea Sapphire. Please get that home. Use that 30-day money-back guarantee. Like I said, that is completely and utterly depleted. In fact, did so over 10 years ago. So absolutely incredible for all of you collectors and connoisseurs. Plus all of the deals. I mean, there's too many to list. Now, coming up on today's mid-show with the lovely Becky, you have got coral. You've got more abalone, opal, brand new opal, druzy, did I hear? Gosh, I haven't seen druzy in a while. So incredible. So make sure you do stay tuned. And Becky, I haven't seen Becky in a while, so there's a real treat. Hopefully no hornets are going to land on her. I've been worried about this hornet all show. Oh. Did you hear about it?
No, I didn't.
Apparently there was a hornet in the studios.
Oh, okay.
Ben says it's the size of a hummingbird. I had a hornet's nest literally in my house last summer. Anyway, totally digress. They're horrible things, aren't they? Really angry. Have a lovely rest of the day, won't you, folks? I'll be back with you on Thursday. Do stay tuned, as I said, because you've got more incredible deals coming up after this.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from Jewellery Maker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the Jewellery Maker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on Jewellery Maker. Simply search Jewellery Maker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at Jewellery Maker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on Jewellery Maker.
We here at Jewellery Maker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you'll receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something that you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished, first of all. You think something's so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for happiness for your sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you. You get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
Hello everybody, good afternoon all. Welcome to Jewellery Maker. Absolutely fantastic to be with you on this Tuesday. Tuesday I always think is the day of the week, do you know what I mean? It's not Monday, the start of the week, it's not quite Wednesday, you're not on Thursday, it's like the weekend soon. It's just a day. So we have pulled out all of the corks today to make Tuesday Day into Tuesday Yes Day. Everyone's going, oh guys, yeah, I don't care about Friday. It's all about the Tuesdays nowadays. And it really, really is absolutely a very, very special, Toby, treat Tuesday today, isn't it? Treat Tuesday today, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be giving you so many goodies, so many treats. And I've got to say that one thing that we've got for you today is a tool which I know a lot of you absolutely love and adore. And we're going to be talking about that and the fact that it's going to be taken to its lowest ever price point. We're also going to be bringing to you loads and loads of very, very special, beautiful gems, and I'm going to be really getting down into detail about some of them as well, because a lot of you have been messaging me recently sort of saying on my Facebook page about how you really like to hear some sort of in-depth, unusual things about pieces. So I'm going to try and talk to you through some of my kind of GIA training today on some of the pieces. And I have the opportunity today to be joined by one of our most loved guest designers. She's always so lovely, so smiley. She's always there with a bit of a joke, an amazing amount of inspiration. And today will be no different. I am joined by the wonderful Sammy Fletcher. Hey Sammy!
Hi!
How are you?
I'm really good. Isn't it lovely today?
Oh, it is. It's a bit warm for us though, isn't it? We were saying this before.
Yeah.
It is a bit warm out.
I'm very glad I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm always glad I'm here, but yeah.
With the aircon.
Yeah.
Lovely lady, it is a challenge show today. How are you feeling?
I was nervous. I said to you when I came in, I'm nervous because I haven't done a challenge show. I think I've done one, and that's when I had to cover really, really late, and I did it in the morning. That was like my third show ever.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah, it's exciting.
And today we have given you two beautiful kits. Now, if you're not sure what a challenge day is or challenge kits are, it basically means we gave Sammy her kits around about an hour ago, and we've just said to her, right, work your magic on these in the show, and we're going to see exactly what she's created. What do you think of the kits first thing first?
Lovely. Well, you know,
really lovely, aren't they?
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Totally up your street, in particular the first, I would say.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
We're going to be doing tombola prices on these ones today, and I haven't seen any of the prices at all as per usual, but I have been told that some of them are extremely low, so I'll explain that to you a little bit later. Because it's a challenge show and because it's Treat Tuesday, we're going to flip things on their head today, because we don't want to say to Sammy, okay, you've got 20 minutes to make something, enjoy, and then demo, have fun. So we're actually switching it around today. We're going to be doing our kits in the second hour and in the fourth hour, which actually will work out really well for you, because I know a lot of you will be doing the school run in the 3 o'clock hour, so you may well miss out on the demonstrations. Hopefully a lot of you will be back by 4, so you get to see the demonstration. So first hour, treats galore, and I absolutely mean it. Kicking it off with something so delightful, you're going to love it. It's so delightful. Just take a look. Just ignore me. Just ignore me. Pretend I'm not here, guys. This is... Sorry, I'm laughing because my director, Ben's just gone, hello, floor manager, can we check if there's any other presenters available? This, ladies and gentlemen, is an absolutely exceptional Sodalite. Really, really beautiful. I absolutely adore Sodalite because of the beauty that is encapsulated within this. It reminds me very much of the willow pattern colours, that story of love, that story of loss, and that story of eternity. When you look at a willow pattern plate, which is they're kind of the Asian-inspired plates. They're in the blue and white. And what you'll look at on the plates and what you'll notice on the plates, I told you more about the story yesterday, but what you'll notice about the plates is often around the rim, there is this really intricate, detailed, quite box design look to them. And that's said to represent the labyrinth, essentially, that the two lovers were placed into to try and sort of keep them at bay, as it were. And that's what I think of when I look at this, because you've got that mottled effect, you've almost got this internal labyrinth or maze within every single one. Totally naturally occurring, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't something that we've maybe purchased a gemstone and just dyed it blue and some has taken and some hasn't. This is genuinely real deal natural. So many of you have already checked out. It's wonderful to see you today, it really is. I can't wait for you to see this tool, and I can't wait for you to see some of the other treats I've got for you as well today. But I'm most certainly of most... No, neither did I. I know that wasn't a proper thing, was it? I most certainly, mostly, can't wait to see the prize. Whoa! £3.95. Okay, this is a very, very unusual gemstone. We hardly ever see this gem. Most of the time we'll see it maybe in kits now and again, but it's not an abundant gemstone. These are 10mm rounds. These are big, big, big chunky pieces. That means your inherent carat weight in each of them means inherent value. The larger the pieces of most gems, the more a higher price you will get. 240 carats worth over this many gemstones at that price is phenomenal. Sammy, what do you think of this strand right here at that price?
I think it's a beautiful strand anyway. It'd be lovely with pearls. You've got all the facets that add so much sort of glimmer and just drama to it.
Definitely.
I'm just quite blown away by that price because it's faceted and there's so much more work in it, and they're really good workable rounds. You don't have to do much to them.
No.
If you didn't want to put them with pearls and just simple small, one of the silver spaces we do in between each one.
Love that
That
idea.
would look absolutely beautiful.
That would be special.
And you don't have to do, you know, anything to it, just to make a necklace.
Just make it and it's going to look stunning.
Or a stretchy.
Stretchy is a good point because these have got mammoth drill holes. It's a double strand going through this, the temporary temporary strand on this, and you can see how much space you've got on that. Do you imagine that? A temporary drill hole. You start to use it and it just closes up like £3.95 for you today on this. That is the type of price you wouldn't expect for plastic, and I can tell you that for nothing. You wouldn't expect plastic with this amount of detail, this amount of effect at that price point. £3.95 for a genuine real deal gemstone is absolutely phenomenal. I've got loads coming up for you a little bit later on. I've got this tool coming up for you. Lowest ever price point. It's one of our most popular and highest rated tools that we have out there at the moment. It is absolutely beautiful. You're going to completely adore that. That's coming up for you a little bit later. I've got a Keshi pearl showcase for you as well. That's coming up a little bit later on in the show. So if you love your Keshi pearls, I've got a number of strands to show you and I'll talk you through them a little bit more in detail. I'm very, very privileged to be given the opportunity to bring you this brand new strand that I've got coming up in this hour. It is quite simply exquisite. I've been looking at this often over the last few hours. It is just phenomenal and actually would go beautifully, I feel, with this sodalite. Genuine, natural, white opal that gives these pops and pings of pinks, which actually you can even see a little bit, can't you? You can even see a little bit in here. Those are coming up for you a little bit later on. Abalone I've got coming up is coming in at around about 1:30, so not long to wait for those ones at all. Ladies and gentlemen, today is really about making Treat Tuesday a real treat. You know we like to go for it, so I'm going for it from this to another goodie. This is total other end of the scale now, ladies and gentlemen. What we're going to show you now is not something that we are used to seeing at all, but it's Treat Tuesday, and I want to bring these to you. From $3.95 to diamonds. I'm about to bring you, well done everyone who got that, you know you've got a bargain, and genuinely it's one of my actual favourite opaque gemstones. This strand that I'm bringing to you now is a genuine black diamond. This, ladies and gentlemen, is something which I need to forewarn you I've got less than 50 of. I'm going to bring to you the opportunity to get your hands on a 1 in 10,000 chance. Now why is it that? Because what I'm about to bring you is something that only around 1 carat in every 10,000 of diamonds can say what this can. That this colour, that this beauty, and that this effect is totally natural. Natural black diamonds. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have here is something absolutely phenomenal. A gemstone formed of fire and pressure and heat that is unimaginable. Formed in a part of the world right underneath that crust, miles and miles down through the crust, through to the mantle, whereby you get this immeasurable almost heat and pressure that forms one of the most loved, the most adored and the most stunning gemstones in the world. When we started doing diamonds for you, for a nugget strand like this, you were paying the £60 mark. I'm giving you the opportunity now to get your hands on the final 50. This is a very special opportunity because with this strand in particular, you have a more sizable drill hole than I'm used to seeing on a black nugget, on any type of nugget diamond strand. You've also got the opportunity here to work with that most stunning juxtaposition between that deep, deep, foreboding black and that shining shimmer sparkle that only a diamond can give. This is naturally faceted by Mother Nature. We haven't taken this and messed with it to make it look how we want. We've left it up to Mother Nature, not only in the way it's faceted naturally, but also in the way that it's coloured. Approximately, the GIA says, 1 in 10,000 carats worth of diamonds that are coloured are natural. And this is one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a very special opportunity. Your price point today is not £19.95, which is incredible. When we started doing you the nugget strands, they were around about the £60 mark. We've been able to get a better purchase, we've been able to buy more in quantity, which means today we've taken it to £14.95. This is diamond, this is naturally coloured diamond. What's the great thing about naturally coloured diamond? Well, it's rare first off, so that's exceptional, but also you know full well that you can wear this and wear this and wear this and wear this and wear this, and you're never going to get that opportunity to see the colour run, which can happen in certain gemstones. Certain gemstones will have colour run. It happens. In particular, if maybe you're wearing it on a rainy day or you're wearing it on a really, really hot day and you're getting a bit hot, and you can sometimes get colour run. It's just like with denim. 35 I've got now. 35 I've got now, okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's just, you know, it happens with certain fabrics, with certain materials. It's like with denim. You know, when you get a pair of denim jeans, you're always told to wash them first and wash them alone because they colour run dramatically. I don't know if you've ever popped on a new pair of jeans. I bought my first pair of jeans in over 10 years the other week. Over 10 years. Honest, I've only owned one pair of jeans in my adult life that I bought over 10 years ago, and now I do not fit into them anymore, and I've just been happy draping a long t-shirt over the top just with them undone, but I've decided it's not really cool, is it? So I bought my first pair of jeans the other day, literally last week, in 10 years, and I didn't realise you had to wash them, and I did end up with slightly blue calves, which was a bit of a pain to get rid of, but yeah, it happens with things. It will never happen with this gemstone because that colour is natural. We haven't dyed these or applied a colour that's going to wash off when it's raining or when it's sunny. Okay, I've been told 13 of these left, and that is it. Like I say, a better sized drill hole on these than I'm used to seeing. Actually, I don't know if you'll be able to see it in this one. I understand it's a black drill hole and it's a black gem, so it maybe could be really tricky to see, but I don't know if you, no, you really can't see that, can you? But I would say more sizable than the silver nuggets I did for you recently, definitely to my eye. I was looking at them before. Sammy, diamonds, discuss, please.
Oh, girl's best friend,
You're
obviously.
right.
I'm an Aries, so they're my birthstone.
Ooh, lush.
That's my excuse, and that's what I stick to. I love them. They're so sparkly. There's so much drama. They're just beautiful. Something, again, you don't need to do anything to, and that's what I'm all about, to be honest.
Keeping it simple, keeping it beautiful, yes, and elegant.
Simple, classic, beautiful pieces.
What would you be doing with these? What would you pair these with, let's say?
I probably would pair them with either gold findings or sterling silver findings, and nothing else.
Yeah.
They would just have a simple bracelet, maybe take a few off and just have like 5 or 6 and then a simple chain, just having them hang there. That's all you need. I love that idea. I love that idea. Because they're so sparkly.
They really are. They are so beautiful. They're so sparkly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need to make you aware, 6 of these left. Have we put a new order in for diamonds? Not as of yet, actually. Not as of yet. because we're having a few change arounds, we're kind of having a little look around to see if we can still get great deals. I can't guarantee we'll still be able to do prices like this. Fingers crossed we will. But I would say if you want to get your hands on the final 4 now, and I do need to make you aware, almost over allocated. If everyone checked out now, I think there'd be like 2 opportunities left. So if you love diamonds at a really affordable price, because it is, isn't it? That's the price of what, 2-3 strands of Shel for diamond, natural diamond. Just to say congratulations to everyone. Okay, I am now over allocated because there are 6 people with it in their baskets. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Treat Tuesday. Stand by. It is Treat Tuesday today, ladies and gentlemen, which means we like to throw in so many goodies. We like to do some of your favourite tools, we like to do some of your favourite prices, we like to give away pieces made by our guest designer, and we like to give you as many start buys as we possibly can. And I'm going to bring you a really beautiful, beautiful start buy now. This is an exceptional opportunity to get your hands on one of, well, my favourite of all gemstones in the world. I love that opal comes in such a spectrum, such a variety. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is your beautiful white opal. Now, it's not something we've seen much of. I think I've possibly shown you maybe 1 strand before, maybe, but I've never ever brought you a strand quite like this. It is absolutely brand spanking new. Let me just show you this first off and reassure you this colour is natural. This colour, again, much like the diamonds, is totally real deal natural. And I love that not everyone knows that opal even comes in this colour. But boy, it does. And it does it so beautifully. I love about this strand that you can almost see the pinks yourself. Because what I was going to say to you is, you know, lift this up to the light and you get this really beautiful pink shining through. It's essentially to do with the structure of the gem. But you can actually almost see them yourselves. Could you see a sort of back palette, a kind of hint to pink in these? They're not just white, are they? There's kind of a blush to them. That is the effect happening naturally. And I've never seen an opal do that under this light source before. I've always had to pick them up and go, trust me on this, it's showing pinks. And this one is, it's showing a different type of pink to the blue. It's showing you a blush pink. Do you know what? I'm going to show it you next to this pink opal because it's showing this type of pink internally within it, this kind of gentle pink. This is obviously your deal of the day, I'll remind you of that later on, but it's got that kind of pink inside it. That's what we've looked at with this. That's what you can see with this. I love that you can see the banding in this as well in elements. That one there is probably the most obvious one to see, but there is a banding in pretty much every single one of these, and it's to do with the makeup of the gem itself and the way it's made. So, if you imagine for me the crust of the earth, okay, imagine the crust of the earth for me. It's actually quite a fine layer, the crust of the earth. People compare it to an apple and they compare the thickness of the crust to the skin of an apple compared to the mass inside. It's around about the same ratio. That's how people compare it. So in the crust of the earth, you're going to get all of these rock faces like we see when we go on nice walks in places. And you get all of these cracks and crevices inside. So you're getting all of these cracks and crevices that you imagine look a little bit like this. And what you get with these different layers and these little cracks and crevices is a water table underneath them. So when we talk about the water table, I'm not talking about the water that's on top of the land that we see in the oceans and the seas, etc. I'm talking about water that's in the crust of the earth. So it's underneath essentially the crust, and it's in the crust. And what happens in wintertime in certain areas of the world is you get the water rising. So it rises in the wintertime in certain places in the earth, and the water covered these cracks and crevices. Now a lot of the crust, a lot of the makeup of the crust has a lot of silica based substance in it. It's got a lot of silica within it, and what happens is as the water rises, it essentially dilutes those silica elements and essentially essentially brings them into the actual cracks and crevices. And then when it comes to summertime, the water levels drop again, and because the silica itself is kind of met together and kind of formed more of a solid surface, it's left behind in these cracks and crevices. Now that happens not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of times. Millions and millions of times, leaving behind at first microscopic layers of this silica-based substance. And that is how you get opal. That's how you get this gemstone. And that's why you get this beautiful opportunity for opalescent body, in this case pink, because you have a lot of that liquid substance still left alone in this. A lot of gemstones, when they're silica based, they will essentially get rid of the liquid base within them, but these opals will have within them between 3% and 21% liquid still within them. And in these opals, where you see that banding, you can actually see the story and the tale of that water table rising and dropping over a long period of time. And what I love with opal is you can actually see almost with your eyes elements where it looks really opaque, it looks really bold, it almost looks like you could imagine that's probably only about 3% liquid. But then there's areas where you get this light, this gentle pink dancing inside, where it's likely there are more of that liquid base within them. This is a unique and individual gemstone, and it's in a variety that I would say is possibly the most workable, because let's face it, everything is going to go with white, and white is going to make some of your other gemstones sing better than anything else. It's like the sort of slightly gross analogy I did the other day, which was, you know, when you look at your teeth and they look, oh, you're like, oh, they're quite nice on white today. I've obviously brushed very well. And if you're chewing a piece of chewing gum and you see the chewing gum in comparison to your teeth, and all of a sudden your teeth look grey because the white is so pure, that's the type of thing this gemstone can do. You can look at a gemstone that maybe looks, oh, that's a nice kind of delicate colour, that's lovely. Pair it with this and all of a sudden it can change that look completely. I'm bringing to you an extremely workable, a truly rare here at Jewellery Maker opal at a brand new treat of a price. That is already exceptional for something that will do so much for so little of a price point. But I love opal, and I truly do. And I think that we should all be able to own every variety and every quality. And this is the best quality white opal I've ever brought you, hands down. £8.95 for you today on this, ladies and gentlemen. That is a really, really special deal for you, because it's not a gem we see often. It's not a gem that's just going to be thrown into the corner. I want to ask you this, genuine gemstone wise, how many white gemstones do you have? Genuine gemstone. Pearl is an organic, so let's think something with a carat weight. Sorry, I'm loving this. The boys in my ear, my director and Toby, are just going, White topaz, well, that's more translucent, more clear, isn't it? You can get a frosted quartz, absolutely, yeah, but that's obviously a treated gemstone. I'm looking for a natural gemstone. Some people might say howlite, because howlite is naturally white, isn't it? But that has a lot of matrices running through them, a lot of greys and a lot of... There's not that many, really, ladies and gentlemen, there's not. So you might not have a genuine natural gemstone. That you can get white agate, absolutely, but again, agate inherently will have a lot of different details to it, and a lot of time can get, it's not pure white at all time. But it really is just one of those opportunities to get your hands on something very, very special indeed that's going to go with so much. I want to show you how much this can go with. This can go with the likes of my sodalite, because, and can you see again exactly what I mean? I'm just going to show you something. I just want to sort of prove a point. Do you see how the white areas on this look white? The white areas look really white. Let's say, look at that one there. The white areas on that are super white, and the one next to it, super duper white. But then, if I just hold them there for you, and then do this, they don't anymore, do they? That's exactly what I'm talking about. It pops, it gives this pop. It goes great with the sodalite. I want to show you as well how it's going to go great with something special. We've not seen these since, I want to say June. Is it? I want to show you these, but look how great. It'll even take some shine, it'll even take some sparkle. Won't it? Oh, come back you. They're coming up for you a little bit later on, 2 o'clock-ish. And it will take colour as well. It will go beautifully with colour, like these, Druzy. I've got coming up for you as well. Oh, if you heard that little ooh, that was Michael. Just loving these. They are exceptional. Last time I brought those to you, and was the last time they were seen. I brought them to you and they sold out instantly. So please, if you want them, stick around for around 2 o'clock. If you've just tuned in and you're thinking, is Becky going to demo something? Why are we not on a demo? It's because it's a challenge kit today and we wanted to give Sammy a little bit of extra time to work on her pieces. So we'll be going to that at 2 o'clock-ish. So do stay tuned for that. Okay, well done, ladies and gentlemen. Just want to remind you that at £8.95, that price won't stick around. It'll only be there until 8 o'clock. I think those are genuinely beautiful, and the feel of them, just like with any opal, is exceptional. What a great one to add to your collection. Truly great. I'm going to bring you a last of stock opportunity now, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, everyone who got that. I'm going to bring you last of stock opportunity on this one here, and I've got to say that the quality of this is just stunning. Think about one of the most expensive shapes of freshwater pearls. Think about one of the most sought after colours, and think about astonishing grade of luster point. Now look at these and tick off all those boxes in your head. Ladies and gentlemen, perfect rounds here in your 10 mil, and it is the final 10 opportunities. Totally beautiful, natural white pearls. That's why you've got so much pearlescence on these. That's why they've got so many of those purples and pinks, so much so that even you can see it at home, and usually you can't under this light source. It's totally natural in colour, which means we haven't bleached these, which is why you essentially get that beautiful look. You've got a big luxury size on these in the 10 mil, and they're around, which is generally the most expensive shape that's out there. It's the most expensive, not just because it's one of the most popular, but also because it's really, really difficult to form that. Essentially, you're creating this in the mollusk, and the longer you leave it in the mollusk, the bigger it gets, but the more opportunities it kind of has to mess up. You have got a very special opportunity with these, ladies and gentlemen. Final few of them. I am in my last chance saloon on them, ladies and gentlemen. If you want extreme quality, perfect for pearl knotting, you've got it here now, your price point today. Well done to everyone who's already checked out on that, because you've got in before the crowd. I'm not staying there, even though this is a necklace length and more for me, even though this is absolutely the archetypal, ticking all of the boxes that you could hope for on a pearl, and it really, really is, with its natural colour, with its luxury shape, with its luxury size, with its workability, with its pearlescence amounts, and with that luster quality, yet we're still going to drop the price. Well done to all of you who've already got it. I'm just forewarning you, this will be a sellout, because already I'm now in my teens, started off with around 30. £34.95 is your price point on this today, ladies and gentlemen. Now, my online, the piece where I can see all of your names coming up is having a little bit of a glitch at the moment, because I know how many of you have checked this out, and I know how many of you have got this in your baskets, but it's just really slowly ticking up. Oh, it might have sorted itself out now. But what I will say to you is I am being told I have 10 of these left now, and there's loads of you with it in your baskets, ladies and gentlemen. Do check those out whilst you have the opportunity, because these are absolute ultimate quality. I understand that we can get pearls at, you know, the £12 mark, the £10 mark, the £9 mark, but when you're looking for high-end quality, this is the type of thing you're looking for. It's like the difference between, over-allocated now, it's like the difference between very, very low grade, let's say quartz, and very, very high grade quartz. It's exactly like that. If you got a quartz that was really opaque and really cracked inside, then of course we'll be able to do that for you around £9 mark. But if you had one which had a really rare natural colour to it, that maybe had exceptional workmanship and craftsmanship, that was absolutely eye clean, then obviously you will be paying much more. You have to check out your baskets because I am over allocated now. Cheshire, Fife, Worcestershire, Gloucestershire, Essex and 2 Merseysiders have it in their baskets right now, and there are people on the phone lines, I'm being told, so please do check those out whilst you have the opportunity to do so. 5 opportunities left, still over allocated on this. I've got so much that is going to go with this today. I've got that Keshi Pearl showcase coming up, and if you do love to do something a little bit unique, a little bit individual, what about it with these absolute mammoth Keshi Pearls? Black Keshi pearls coming up for you later on, and more, lots more diversity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's more and more and more of you adding it to your baskets, so you do need to check out. Well done to every single one of you right here, right now. I'm going to do an opposite end of the scale with pearls now, but actually they go really nicely. This is your pearl kiss, and let me just show you it. It actually would work really nicely with these pearls. Let me show you like that. Ah, I'm all fingers and thumbs today. They work really nicely together, don't they? Because of that colour. Okay, selling out now on that Freshwater pearl. 2 of them, 1 or 2 of them left now. I'm going to bring this to you right here, right now. This is your Freshwater cultured pearls, and I have a big, big, big amount of these to be giving away, and that's why we're going to do a special price. Ladies and gentlemen, again, natural colour on these. This is the type of price. Oh, I love that. Director Ben coming up with an absolute blind of a joke. It's the type of price that's going to make management cross. Today, £2.95 for you today, ladies and gentlemen, for this lovely piece. Great for your wire wrapping. Doesn't come with a drill hole, so you can really set your own imagination to this, and there's no bits to kind of cover up with this one. You can do absolutely loads with these. Wire wrap them if you so wish. You can use these with cords if you want to as well. Really simply just doing the likes of a lark's head knot around this at kind of the largest point, and maybe just having it as a really simple cord necklace would be easy peasy to do, and at £2.95 it's not going to break the bank, is it, ladies and gentlemen? An absolute add it to your order price point, so do so whilst you have the opportunity, because we do have a decent quantity of these, but we don't get to see them often. £2.95 for you. Squeeze that in, because right here, right now, it is time to get your hands on a stunning abalone for your star buy. Abalone is essentially a shell. It is, well, it is a shell, but it is essentially a mollusk which has mother of pearl on the inside of it, and it has this opportunity to give beautiful iridescence, and that's exactly what you have with this strand. Great quality, I have to say. I love about abalone, and I only realised this relatively recently, that you can get really varying qualities of abalone. I always knew you could get treated abalone, always knew that. People dye abalone, not everyone knows that. You can. When you buy abalone, if you want to check, it's up to you again, but if you want the natural real deal thing and great quality like this, then I would always check whether or not it's been treated, because abalone can be dyed. They can sort of help the process along, I would say, with the dyeing. This isn't, by the way, this is natural. But I didn't realise until relatively recently just how vast a difference in the quality of natural abalone you can get. Some abalone itself it will only give you one colour, it'll only give you one shade in an element, and sometimes the colour itself is almost a sort of watered down ivory. With the ones that we bring you, you have the opportunity to see changing colours, so you've got changing abilities. If you have a little look at, let me try and think of one. Maybe that centre one there, hang on. The central one, oh, I've just whipped out a shot now, what am I like? That central one you've got there, not the one with the face on, Ben, although it looks like a cute little panda face. Osh, not that one. I'm trying to show you that one. You see the one in the centre now, how it's got kind of, I would say, silvery hues to it, and then as you tilt it, you see the greens and you see the purples, and then then when I tilt it up, you see more of the blues. It's that kind of iridescence that you don't always get in abalone. You do not always get. In our strands, though, you do, because we accept the best quality only. And I got told recently that we've actually in the past, which I wasn't aware of, sent orders of abalone back that haven't kind of come up to our standards. Yeah. Which I think is, don't get me wrong, if we aren't getting great standards on gemstones, we'll send them back. But I didn't realise that we'd done it on abalone. There's plenty of gemstones we have done it on, but not ones like this that I was aware of. But I have been made aware, and now I understand why when I've done my research, I'm looking at pictures going, is that it? And I've even saw a video the other day of someone moving one, and I was like, that's it. This is high quality. This is great grade and a great price, because the arrows came in and we took it down to £7.95, ladies and gentlemen, to get your hands on these beautiful, very high quality rectangles. With the rectangles, you're getting that elongation, you're getting that big amount of surface area, which means the light can really cascade over them in different directions. Because of the elongation, you get the light change from that to that, to that, to that, if that makes sense. It is a really very, very beautiful look and detail with these, and I would love to know, Sammy, what you think of this strand, please.
I love it. It's going to go really well with the first kit, isn't it?
Of course it is. Of course it is. Yes.
It's absolutely beautiful. Abalone is one of my favourite things because of just the shimmer and the sheen and the glow, and each one looks like a little kind of like a landscape,
yes,
with like a multicoloured landscape.
Yeah.
Like one of those hydrothermal photos of the land, you know, like that.
I know exactly what you mean.
It does. It looks a bit like that. I just think they're so gorgeous. Makes you think of the sea and mermaids and yes, Jenny Cleary.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. I just think it's phenomenal, a strand. It really, really is. You've got to get your hands on this whilst you can. £7.95 is a really, really great deal to get for this. It truly is. And what I will say is you've got 10 by 8 on these, so a real nice sizable selection on this strand. And again, please do check them out, because at 8 o'clock it will go back up in price to its original price point, which still will be phenomenal. But hey, at £7.95 now, get it whilst you can. Debbie's in saying, hi Becky and gorgeous Sammy, looking forward to today's show. Becky, what are the cabochons to your right? And that's from Debbie. Shall I do them now for you, Debbie? Would that be all right? I'll do them now for you, because these are absolutely beautiful quartz cabochons. Now, I brought these to you around Pardon? Oh, you're thinking about the Labradorite ones. Oh, sorry, you mean these ones, do you, Debbie? I don't know which one she means. To the right. Oh, yeah, I don't know my left from my right. Sorry about that. I really don't. People have said to me before, the way you know is if you put your hands up like this, your left hand makes an L, but I'm dyslexic, so that doesn't really help. I'm like, wait, which one's an L? And then I forget. So sorry, I don't know my left from right. Do you mean these ones? Do you mean these ones, Debbie? Here, we're going to do these ones for you now. These are the ones we're going to do for you in a little bit, though. Show these ones in a bit, because I don't know if you meant these ones or the other ones, Debbie. But these ones are... Oh. After the break, these are coming up. But do you mean these cabochons here? These oodles and oodles and oodles and oodles and oodles and oodles of Labradorite? What do you think about this selection of Labradorite, please, Sammy?
They are gorgeous, aren't they? I love Labradorite. It is always one of my showcase pieces on my stall, because it captures light, and people are fascinated by the fact that nature produces these amazing colours.
Yes, it's astonishing.
So, yeah, and that's an awful lot of cabochons, isn't it?
Loads, isn't it?
Loads.
Absolutely loads. Can I ask you what you look for when you're looking for a Labradorite? Because obviously we show lots of Labradorite and you can't buy it all. What do you look for?
Glow. That's
Glow.
what, above all else, I want a decent amount of colour. I can see one flashing at me from across the thingy already.
Not Rudy.
Yeah. But because I know that if I make that into something, once you've got a stone with a lot of glow to start with,
yeah,
you're onto a winner, aren't you? Because once you make that into something, it's going to look astounding no matter what you do with it.
No, totally agree.
Yeah, I just adore it. and if I break them, I cry. But I put them in because I do sometimes drop them because my grip's not. So Fee was telling me to put them in resin or bake them in polymer clay, so you can like hide the broken bit.
I love that idea.
I wish I'd known about that before I had a tantrum and threw it in the bin. So that would.
Did you? Did you have a little strop, Sammy?
I did have a little strop.
Are you a foot stamper of a stropper?
Sometimes I say naughty words, or I might throw something.
Oh, might you? Oh, see, Ben says he's a thrower when he's in a strop. I'm not. I'm a. I stand on the spot and I do that, and then I'm like, right, I'm over it now. I kind of do like a Sammy ad, you know, that sand creature. Yeah. I'm over it, I'm fine. You don't have to be in a strop with this collection though, because you can see the quality of these. You can see the epic quality. I mean, what we're saying, top, middle or bottom, top, middle or bottom, pick one, top, middle or bottom. Top, okay. What were you going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6?
Bottom.
Top, 1 to 6, pick a number. 6.
You confused.
Bottom.
It was a difficult question.
My God.
It really was.
Yeah, but you'd already yelled out top. What are you thinking about, Michael? So, yeah, okay, brilliant. Top, middle or bottom, Toby? Bottom, what number? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that. The quality of these is everywhere. It's at every single angle. And one thing I will say is this labradorite or spectralite? It's Indian, so I would say labradorite because it's more than likely. But I tell you one thing I'm not used to seeing is this.
That's gorgeous.
Isn't that special?
Woo. It. See, if I made that into a sterling silver pendant, just one of those, that's £60 right there.
£60 in one like this?
Yeah. Because of the beautiful glow. And it's a peach colour.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just suddenly noticed.
Yeah.
Because I quite often spend around £20 a cab for a pink or a peach lab
£20 a cab?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The quality of this is exceptional. Can I just show you as well, as I'm moving it, look at these other gems here. Can you see how they're picking up that glow? These ones down here. That's how high a quality this is. So, let's imagine something silly. Let's imagine we're going to do this one for £20. This one. And then let's say we'll make the others £1 each. So 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Okay? So about £34 worth, let's say. It's 24 different cabs at that base of a £20 mark on that one alone. So what kind of price would we be expecting for all of them? 50? 60? 70? It's 1,480 carats worth. So 1,480 carats worth, you know, even if per carat, and obviously this would be ridiculous, but even if you only did £5 worth per carat, your price point today should be. When would you be able to go out and buy cabochons of this quality for less than £5 each? Sammy's already said she's happy to pay 20 for what? £29.95 for you today on this absolute mammoth amount of cabochons. I'm going to try and tilt them a little bit up so you can see some of that shiller, but my director said, oh Becky, please don't. He knows how clumsy I am, so I won't. Sissy from Oklahoma says, I went to a gem show several months ago and picked out 8 of his labradorite, and he weighed them and he gave me a price of $48. So that's about £33, isn't it? For 8. £33. Do you know what? That's not even that bad. Did you get them, Sissy? Because that's not even that bad. If we're doing it in 8, you know, 2, 4, 6, 8. So that's them, £33 worth there. So actually, you know, you'd be looking close to £100 now, I think of it, for all of these, wouldn't you? £29.95 is a great deal, and do feel free to get your hands on a stunning collection. Do you know what I quite like? Could you layer them up somehow? Oh, I know I'm getting my fingers in the way, but use your imagination. It's like a Labradorite peacock tail.
They do look like peacocks. There's just so many things you can do with them. Labradorite is just fascinating.
It really is, isn't it?
Stunning.
It really
is. Supposed to be very good for protecting you against negative energy.
Apparently so, yeah, and lots of people believe that, don't they?
The way a lady, because I do crystal shows and stuff, and the way a lady explained it to me, she says, if you've got that friend who is always glass at half empty, negative, 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 she says you need Labradorite.
Oh, I like that analogy.
That was really nice. That way I remember it, you see, because I don't remember it otherwise.
So that's stuck in your memory now. Okay, just need to let you know, totally over-allocated at this point, so it's fastest finger first. On the final 7 of these, well done to everyone who's already got them. Sorry if you do miss out, but don't worry, loads of extra deals and treats coming up for you, including the Druzy cabochons, which I'll be telling you more about a little bit later on, including the likes of our Gizmo Professional Gizmo, price slashed, first time ever that it's been to a price point. I've got loads more treats coming up for you, and don't forget it's Treat Tuesday, so we're giving away some of Sammy's challenge jewellery today. Really quickly, before we bring you extra deals and treats, and before we head on over into our inspiration hour, which if you've just tuned in is coming up for you in the 2 o'clock and the 4 o'clock hour today, I'm going to bring you a really beautiful spinel. Spinel has got a depth and a brightness unlike any other. Sammy, what do you like about spinel, please?
The sparkle and the drama. I do love a bit of drama.
Yes.
I like the fact it's like the clear quartz, but the very classy thing. You know, it's the stash builder. It's the I will go with anything, makes anything look dressy. But it's perfect on its own as well. Yeah, it is. It really is an amazing stone to have.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that it's totally great to be by itself, but it is quite... It'll go with loads of other things, won't it?
It'll go with anything. That's gorgeous. Isn't that just gorgeous?
Yeah, that's a lovely pairing, isn't it? That's coming up for you in a little bit. I adore spinel, and I know that you do as well. It's one of our most popular gemstones. Oh my gosh, how great would it be? Sorry, just thinking... monochrome, but true monochrome. You know, sometimes when we say monochrome and it's a black gem and a... Oh, there's bits of white in here, gem. That is not it. This is true monochrome, if I've ever seen it. Wowzers! That white opal was brand new and it's in at the bottom of your screen now. The spinel is at the side of your screen. And a really lovely pairing with that, and the fact they're both faceted as well, which again we hardly ever see in opal, is a really beautiful thing that kind of pairs them together even more. And the shapes work well together, don't they? Because you've got your central section with the rondelles, and then you've got your direction and your points, as it were, in the drops. Anyway, black spinel is up on your screen right now. Goes great with that opal, and will go great with so much more. Your price point today is just £7.95 for spinel, and spinel isn't usually at that price point. Hello, Liam. Is there a number missing from the web price? Yeah, are you expecting a 1 at the front of that 7?
Well,
Liam.
Yes. I just clocked that. Sorry, I wasn't paying. I was so busy trying to make something I didn't even notice. Oh my gosh. That's rude. That's what that is.
That is a rude price point.
It is. It is. Probably because I paid more, so I'm slightly bitter, but it is rude.
And you're absolutely right. Sammy and Leanne, you're both absolutely right. Yes, completely getting black spinel usually for, you know, the over £20 mark sometimes if they're really big pieces. Under £10 for a black spinel is not something that we can get used to at all. £9.95 for a black spinel is bang on. That is a great deal, but at £7.95, what a treat. I'm going to really quickly squeeze one more treat in for you before we get on to the gizmo, and I've got to say I think these are absolutely adorable. I love these. This is a really stunning sterling silver bow charm, if you will. I did you a pair of bow stud earrings. Well, no, they had a loop on them, but they were essentially sterling silver a couple of days ago. And these would go perfectly. Take a little look. Isn't that absolutely adorable? Genuine sterling silver bow you've got here. I like the idea that you can use chain with this very simply. If you place the chain through this section here and just had it as a neckline piece, it's going to sit really quirkily. Or of course, you know, jump ring to jump ring, and you could have it sat in the center. This is a charm. It's a perfect size for me for a charm because it's not too dainty and delicate, but it's not too over the top either. It is a really beautiful, highly prized sterling silver. And what I will say to you, ladies and gents, is there's lots of beautiful stories and connotations that go with a bow. If you think about bows like this, little Bo Peep, yes, you're right, absolutely. I was saying before, and people thought I'd just come up with this, but you know, if you're told to tie a bow around your finger so you don't forget something, you know, the old wives' tale. Also, I think bows and I think of charities. Obviously, I work for a charity, a lot of you will know. And I think of bows, when we do charity events, we'll give ribbons or bows as a fundraising way to kind of fundraise. I quite like the idea of something like this for those. And obviously, don't forget, if you are going to make money for charities, do get in touch with the charities and they'll be able to send you all of the info, all of the details, and sometimes they'll send you t-shirts and things that prove you're doing it for them as well. This is a really beautiful opportunity, and you've got a decent gram weight in this, because this one here is 1.15 grams worth. Your price point today. This is sterling silver. Sterling silver, which has gone up to well, it's close to a 16-month high at the moment. The sterling silver, the precious metal, whereby we've actually seen online, I can't think of the paper now, but it was in a paper and I've seen it online as well, that people are suggesting that sterling silver in the next couple of months, it carries on this trend, will go to $130 per ounce. $130 per ounce. Do your research on it. I'm sure if you type it in online, that's the price that they're expecting to see price hike of silver to go up around. And don't forget, an ounce is 28 grams. So that would mean that this here for the grams worth that it is now could be, you know, double that price that you're seeing on screen now. And the fact of the matter is, you're not just getting one of them. You are getting 3 of them, ladies and gentlemen, for £7.95. That's around 3.5 grams worth of genuine, pure, real deal sterling silver. That is an exceptional deal, a very, very special price point on this. And I think whatever you want to do with these would be an absolutely adorable, adorable detail that you could add with your pieces. This could be phenomenal, couldn't it, to work with, the likes of your bows?
Oh, they're just, well, everybody loves them, don't they? They're perfect for like gifts for new babies, they're perfect for bridesmaids, they're perfect for anybody and everybody, really.
I agree. I totally agree. And what I will say is they do say 925 on them. I'm thinking a little ring would be gorgeous with these. Not in that direction, I'd put it in that direction, but I don't think I can balance it that way. But
either direction look good.
Either direction's kind of cute, actually. Yeah, I really like that idea. And you do get 3 of those. Okay, I've got to move on because right here, right now, it's time to do that very, very special tool. Is it a star by? Star by. I am over here now with Sammy to talk about our final star buy of this hour, and it is one of the most popular tools that we sell here at Jewellery Maker, the Gizmo Coiler. Tell us about the professional Gizmo Coiler, please.
Well, it has enormous long mandrels, which makes it much, I mean, the original Gizmo is good, but this makes it much better because you can do much longer lengths, which allows you much more scope. So if you're making beads out of coils, or if you're doing, you can do an entire collar and things like that, which you couldn't do. You had to do it in sections. You can do bracelets with it. Karen Crawford did the most stunning cuff, that was it. With just loads and loads of gizmo and pearls, and it was just the most beautiful, breathtaking thing. And she said it was so quick because she used the gizmo rather than like I go round and round and round and round and round and round with your weaving wire. You just use a gizmo coil, and it just takes so much time out of it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing, and usually when we have this in, it just flies.
Yeah.
It's in and it's gone.
Yeah, it's in and it's out.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's perfect for making lots of jump rings, as well as using it in jewellery pieces. But you can make very quick bracelets very easily, just with a simple coil over a wire that you've just made a clasp at the end of. And that's it. You don't have to do anything else. Or you can put a bead just at each end and it looks lovely. Yeah. You can put 2 wires, so you can have multicolour wires and stuff as well. So there's so much you can do with it. And
There's loads.
And it is absolutely, it's very easy to use. So it's great for beginners as well as people who've been making for a long time. And the one with the long mandrels is the one that just absolutely everybody wants to get their hands on.
It really is. Really quickly, I won't set it up for you now, but I will essentially talk to you about exactly how to use this. Now you can see we have got a little bit of a video running for you now, which is demonstrating how to work with this gizmo coiler. So this section here is something that you will be getting, and that is essentially the element that is the crank, as it were. So what you will also get is you can see the section whereby the rod will go into at the furthest side there, and you will see it has got a clamp on the bottom, and that means that it will attach to whatever work surface you have, a tabletop for example. You can see that there's a lot of depth in that as well, so even if you've got relatively thick workbench, then this will still work. You place the rod into the side, as you can see there, of the crank, and what we're doing by turning it towards yourself is you're actually changing the size of the teeth internally within the crank itself. So that means it's going to, as you turn it, it's going to bring the teeth in or out depending on the size of the rod you're actually working with. So it means that it's very, very workable indeed for each of the different styles of rods and the different sizes. You then place the rod through the other sides, the 2 sides that keep that then in place. So it means you're not trying to kind of balance the rods. You're not trying to essentially kind of fight with it to keep them up, because obviously they are really, really long rods that you have on these. You can work with these with lots and lots and lots of different types of materials. Wire, of course, is the #1, and you can see here the wire itself is being added on. You can use numerous types of gauges and you will get numerous different types of looks. You'll see there how again we've turned that section of the crank that will then hold on, the teeth then move in and hold on to that wire for you. So again, not as fiddly as maybe somewhere you kind of have to hold it yourself. The teeth can do that for you. Moving the handle at the other end of the crank, you'll see that the crank begins to turn and you get this lovely, perfect, smooth coil from the wire itself. And that coil, of course, in this instance, very, very short, but you can make it to essentially the entire length of the rod, which is working out approximately 16.5 inches. That is the basics. That is the simplistic, that is the basic way to work with this. But actually, as we've said, there's so much more you can then go on to do with that. Once you've coiled that gizmo, you can actually recoil the gizmo to make a gizmoed gizmo, which then gives this gorgeous fan detail. You can even then gizmo it again to get a completely different, almost spiny, spiky type look. You can add gemstones with this. You can work different wires with this. You can give these cores. You can even just create your own spacers with these if you so wished. Very, very simple tool to work with. And very versatile indeed because of the different variety of the sizes of rods you have. From extremely delicate, this is our finest size, all the way up to the big, bold and sturdy. Now Sammy, tell me what's important about having the variety in sizes of thickness.
Well, you're going to use them in a variety of ways. So you can get different looks and different textures. Also, if you're making jump rings, you've got all the different sizes there.
Of course.
So if you're going to coil a gizmo coil, you're probably going to want to use one of the smaller rods to start with. So you'd make a length of the smaller coil and then coil that on itself, because obviously the thicker one you'll end up with a really, 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 really chunky design, which is fine if that's what you want to go for.
Of course.
But yes, so it's just about having fun and layering it all up. I mean, you can make an easy, very attractive piece by just using all the different varieties of, I'm trying sizes, I can't get to the words today, all the different sizes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, it's really good fun.
So each size will give you a different look, it'll do a different job, and because it's your professional coiling gizmo, you're going to be able to make so many things with these. Let's get that all-important price in. It's been that price since 2014. That is the price we brought this to you at. That is the price that literally hundreds and thousands of you have purchased it at. Today though, for Treat Tuesday, which we like to do every other Tuesday on the mid-show, we're going to give you a special deal. It's never, ever been taken down to this price before. Ladies and gentlemen, your price point today should be £25, but it's actually just £17.95. I was like, ooh, that is the lowest ever price point we've done on this. Never done a price like that before, and unlikely to be doing prices like that again. This is not now the new price of a professional coiling gizmo. I can tell you that for nothing in a bag of chips. It's not. This is just the price that we're doing for this right here today. These are some of the footage from the Gizmo Project DVD to show you. This is all using this tool. This is how Rachel Norris uses this tool time and time again. Like you can see here, creating beautiful bails with it, creating different tools, different bead shapes with it. Using ones like this for your talks. In particular, if you do want to do your talk style, you've got to get the professional coiling gizmo, because it's very, very difficult to do it on anything else, because obviously you don't have enough length. You can even do class with the likes of this. This is one of our most popular tools of all time. If you have a look on our website, you can see that you have got 5-star reviews on this, and there's so many lovely different reviews about it. Plus points all across the board saying things like brilliant tool, talking about how it's excellent, quick and easy to use. There are so many of you talking about this and giving your great compliments, giving all of these compliments to this. And don't forget, this is all of you writing all of these things, every single one of you. It was really easy. Pleased to get this product. It's talking about how it's so good at extending the range of gizmoing. Wish I'd had it sooner. Yeah. There's so many of you messaging in and loving this product. 5-star rated product on our website, and that's all from you completely. What absolute madness! Completely agree with you there. Sally's saying, buy it, you won't regret it. Rachel Norris's DVD is amazing too. Absolutely, do get your hands on that DVD. Loads of things on YouTube about how to use it. If you go onto Jewellery Maker YouTube, you'll be able to see loads of different people working with this. And Rachel Norris will have a playlist. I'm sure she will have demonstrated it relatively recently. It's just a phenomenal tool at an amazing price, don't you think?
I can't believe that it got dropped, because there's absolutely no need for it. I can't believe you've done a star buy on something that it can't keep in stock.
I know.
And we don't get it back for ages either.
No, we don't.
And the thing about that tool is, when the original Gizmo came out, everybody fell in love with it, absolutely loved it.
Yeah.
But everybody said they wish the mandrels were longer. Some people were trying to make their own mandrels, and obviously that works if you've got the kind of machinery that you can do that with, but
yes,
not a lot of people do.
No, of course
so
not.
It was fed back and fed back and fed back and fed back, and then they finally came out with, that's what it's called, the professional, because it was like wire workers going, please, 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 and then they did. So yeah, it's amazing.
It is a phenomenal piece of kit. It truly, truly is. Like I said, the rod's looking at around about 6.5 inches on those, so you can make entire neckline pieces for this, which again we didn't have the opportunity to do essentially before. Rachel is saying, oh hello Rachel. Rachel Norris saying, we are filming a professional gizmo DVD in June. Love Rachel, wonderful, essential too.
That's brilliant. Get it now, and then you'll have it at home when the DVD's launched.
I love that exclusive
That's
from
brilliant.
Rachel. Thank you, Rachel Norris. So that is being filmed for you very, very soon, focusing on exactly what to do with this. In the meantime, for that, obviously, you can use the original DVDs by the wonderful Rachel Norris, who shows all of these different pieces you can make. Thank you for that exclusive. You heard it here first. I'm excited.
That's really good.
£17.95. Get it now, because I'll tell you what, I cannot guarantee that it will be that price when that DVD is launched. So get it whilst you can. Ladies and gentlemen, loads more coming up. Includes Challenge Sammy kit, which you've already worked with loads. We're going to be heading on over to her after the break. So I'll see you in approximately 3 minutes and 32 seconds-ish.
I think when I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader, not a jewellery maker, a beader. Because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters and the certain ones, yeah, and it's a shame it's so far because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from Jewellery Maker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be Jewellery Maker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get your postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Get interactive with Jewellery Maker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people.
Welcome back, y'all. I don't know, I'm sorry, that just happened. Sorry, I took a swig of my coffee and then my mind just went, meh. It's lovely to see you all today. My name is Rebecca Redican, but you can call me Becky, and today I am joined by the wonderful, extremely talented, she's whipped up a storm already, Sammy Fletcher. Hey, Sammy. Hi. What are we going to be doing in the kit, please?
We're going to be making a butterfly.
I'm so excited to be able to see how these are made, because Sammy's just whipped these up in the last sort of 45 minutes. So we're going to be seeing exactly how to create these. How are the kits? They look stunning.
They are absolutely beautiful kits. I love the kits.
I think they are absolutely beautiful. We're going to be talking more about that kit in a moment or seven. But right here, right now, I want to talk to you about these absolute beauties. Oh, I absolutely adore these. I really, really do. These are so mermaidial, they're so fantasy, and they're such an interesting gem. You've got here quartz druzy. They are phenomenal, aren't they? Aren't they absolutely stunning? These are made up over hundreds of millions of years. These are created by Mother Nature and stopped in formation, stopped in mid-time, and creating this gorgeous druzy effect. You have got the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to own something mystical and magical, coming from beautiful Mother Nature to give us this stunning look. Loads of people always ask when they see druzy for the first time, why have you stuck glitter on a gemstone? Because that's what it looks like, really, doesn't it? It's not, though, obviously, because as I'm brushing this now, you know, you're not getting any of that glitter coming off, because it's not. It's a natural glitter, essentially. The way I'm going to explain it to you is to do with the structure of a quartz. Structure of a quartz is seen as SiO2, okay? So it's silica and it's oxygen and it's squared. So it's SiO2, large O for oxygen. Now, what you get with the makeup of a quartz is a manner in which you get silica holding together 4 different elements of oxygen. But the oxygen within a quartz can only hold on to 2 separate elements, so you get the oxygen holding on to 2 individual silicas. Does that make sense? The silence says no, right? Let me. I'm a visual learner myself. Let me get something to show you. Okay, so I'm going to show you it on this. So this is going to be your silica. I'm going to draw a silica. I'll put a little SI in the center of it. So there's your silica. That is an element, a tiny, tiny microscopic element of your silica. Now, silica in the instance of quartz has the opportunity to attach to 4 different things. It will only in this instance ever attach to an oxygen though. So each of these little spindles here will have oxygen atoms attached to them. So those are oxygens. So you've got the oxygens there. Oxygen itself, in this instance, will only attach to 2 elements. So that means you can't get 4 prongs coming off the oxygen, you can only get 2. And that's where it will then attach onto, can we guess it? Another silica, my pen's running out. Another silica element, which will then attach itself to 4 other components. So 2, 3, 4, and it kind of continues again. So does that make sense? So you've got your oxygen only ever attaching to 2 different bits, which is why you see your oxygen, the basis of it as an SiO2, but the silica itself can attach to 4 things, which is why it's sometimes described as SiO4. So that's the look and that's the element you get with these. Now, it's important that you know that to understand how druzy is itself formed, because essentially what you get in an element is whereby the silica will change in maybe atmosphere, maybe in temperature. It might change in a little bit of a different elements will be coming into its area. It will change and it will stop to grow. So imagine this silica has 4 areas there, but then something happens, it gets cold, pressure changes, and that will then stop because the quartz is growing, growing, growing. Some of it will grow down, some of it will grow up, and what will happen is it will stop that connection. And that is essentially one of the reasons you get druzy, because you get to an element, you get to an area whereby that silica's not moving anymore, and the oxygen, it will always end on a silicon, it's not moving anymore, so that means it essentially freezes in time. If I put this in really simplistic terms now, because I understand that things like that can boggle some people. If I put it in really simplistic terms now, imagine you're in a car on a hot day, and it's really warm, and you may be stuck in traffic. You're stuck in traffic, you're really warm, you're super hot. And then you get, and you see a bridge, and you go under the bridge and you go into the shade, and instantly you feel cooler. Instantly you feel cooler, you feel relieved, you feel a little bit, oh, that's so much better. It's that kind of reaction. So the temperature changes, or the pressure will change, and it will affect the gem. It will affect the growth. And that's why it's almost like it's frozen in time. So these essentially, due to a change in Mother Nature, haven't been able to finish off their formation. That's why these, ladies and gentlemen, look like this. It's not because we've applied a glitter. It's not because we've applied kind of a speckle effect to these. We haven't drilled these to look like that. That is Mother Nature working wonderfully. And she has given us the opportunity to work with this stunning selection of very, very high quality druzy. If you want to own what can only be described as a miracle of Mother Nature, now is your opportunity. Your price point today. £19.95 for the whole collection. This is a bundle that we've put together. It should not essentially be this price point, because what you have here is the two different colours that we've put together, and therefore we've brought that price down for you. These initially original price of pieces like this, you were looking at £14.95 for the individual bundles. We've put them together for the individual products. We've put them together to give you such an affordable and special price point on this. If you love Labradorite because you love its individual detail and effect, boy oh boy, you're going to love these when you get them home, because they are mystical, they are a magical look. Have you got any abalone? Because I tell you what, I don't know where that abalone's gone, but abalone will go exceptionally well with these. This is abalone coming up from my second kit. But look at the iridescence. Look at how that works alongside to give such a mystical look and effect. Isn't that exceptional? It's going to go with so many different gems. It truly is. And it really is. We've added a beautiful colouring to these, of course. We've added that lovely colouring. One of the reasons you add a colouring as well, actually, is to do with the strength. It can actually help with the strength of the druzy appearance and the strength of the gem as well. But we've added a coating to this. But that effect, that look, that appearance of natural lustre is totally and absolutely real deal natural. I know, Sammy, that you have worked with things like this in the past. That price point must be a shock for you too.
Yeah. They're gorgeous. I can't remember, we used to sell them singly at a lot of money, and I can't remember what it was.
You're right. You're right.
Can't remember at all. They're one of those that fly in and fly out as well.
Yes.
They're just ethereally beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Now, for anyone who's tuned in and hasn't worked with anything like this before, what would you suggest to do? Maybe for a first time? Because you obviously want to show off the stone, don't you?
You do. I mean, just simple bit. I mean, if you're good, they'd be great in soutache if you've done soutache and stuff. But they'd be quite good at square wire. Is quite a simple way of setting a cabochon. And it's done on quite a few shows. I know Alison does a workshop as well, so it's worth going on. If you're always worried about starting with cabochons, then it really is worth going on. Laura's got a catch cabochon workshop. Correct. It's worth booking on one of our workshops here and then just getting the first-hand experience. It's really not as terrifying as it seems.
It's really, really, really not.
And it's like opening a door into a whole new world of jewellery making. Because once you can put one of those stones in a centrepiece, you can it just opens the design just so much. Just the amount of things you can do.
It really does. It opens up new doors, really,
it
for
really,
you.
really
And will
does.
extend exactly what you can work with and do. Well done to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. A very special Treat Tuesday style buy. And just to let you know, we will be giving away some of Sammy's pieces later on, but we'll let you know about that a little bit later. Right here, right now, I'm going to bring this kit, and it is a challenge kit, which is why we're doing it in this hour, because we wanted to give Sammy a bit more time to work with it as opposed to sort of 20 minutes before the show. When you saw this kit this afternoon, what did you think, Sammy?
I thought it's obviously been made for me, is what I thought. Loved it. I could have run down the corridor if I could run. And kissed Pip and Helena for it, because it's beautiful.
It is fab, isn't it?
It's just a dream. It's the sort of kit that you want to open and have, because, you know, especially as a challenge, you want something that's just going to put itself together, don't you?
You're right.
You know, it's nothing quite like being presented with a kit on live TV and going, I don't know what to do.
Of course.
So it's just gorgeous.
It really is exceptional. I love all of the elements to this. It's totally organic. I've got a mammoth selection of treats in this for you, including the likes of this wire. Let me talk you through it, may I? You have got here your gold coloured wire, and you've got 1 mil, so your base wire here at 10 metres worth. I've then got for you your 0.8 in your matching colour. I've also got in here 0.6 and 0.4 as well here for you, ladies and gentlemen. So a big amount of your wire to work with. What do you like about this newer gold coloured wire, can I ask?
I think it's less brash, if that's a nice way of putting it.
Totally agree.
It is just a much more, it looks better quality, doesn't it, that colour? I don't want to sound awful about it.
No.
I love this, it's the champagne gold and I just adore it. It allows the stones to speak for themselves a lot more, I think.
It really does. I agree with you. It does. It's not as intrusive, is it?
That's the word, yes.
Yes. A really beautiful, delicate gold on those ones that works perfectly with the golds that you're seeing in the abalone. I love that little giggle you just did then.
I just did, because I just had to make myself a ring now.
Oh, I like that. Why? Is it because it's something you want to look at?
Yeah. But I made you one as well.
Oh gosh, all of a sudden I'm much happier about that. Thanks, Sammy. This is a really lovely strand. It'll go great with the style bite we did earlier with the elongated rectangles. This one's got more of a smoothness to it, obviously due to the shape on these ones. And as you can see, as usual, not always, but usual here at Jewellery Maker, it is a double-sided strand for you of really, really great quality. And that means it's going to look lovely front and back, in particular if you're doing these in something like a pair of earrings, or maybe you've got your hair up, you want it to look nice both ways, don't you? Let me give you the size on these. You're looking at a 10 by 8 on that strand. I'm then going to bring to you our Peacock Baroque pearls, and the quality of lustre on them is sensational. It's a real smooth, high shine, glossy effect we have with this organic. That, due to that forebode in its colour, works perfectly with the abalone, I think. It's almost a slick pearl, isn't it? Because that lustre point is so epic quality, that light can just kind of cascade around it really beautifully. 8 by 7 on those ones. And then for me, the wowzer strand. This is something we do not get to see often at all. It is a cultured pearl. I don't want anyone to look at this and think, okay, hang on, I must be Shel, because we don't see pearls that shape. It's not. Genuine freshwater cultured pearls in these beautiful ovals. It means they sit beautifully, they rest beautifully, and also because you have all of that flattened surface area, you get a load of pearlescence in these. I mean, can you see it even under these lights? You can, can't you? When we talk about pearlescence, we're talking about the way in which the nacre, so the surface of this, the main build-up, the main makeup of this, is built up, and the way in which it disperses the light. And sometimes you'll get golds and pinks and blues and purples. The size on these, wait for it, is up to a 14 by 10 mil. That's a big size, isn't it? This is a stunning kit, and we're going to get onto a demo any minute now. But first off, we need to know the price, don't we? Really quickly, I'll reiterate, you've got 1 mil, 0.8, 0.6 and 0.4 in that wire. You've also got your wonderful abalone, highly iridescent shell. You've then got those absolutely slick peacock pearls, and you've then got those really large coins. Your price point today should be, but it's Tombola Tuesday. That means that we are going to head on over to the tombola. In this tombola, there's loads and loads of different prices. Let me take this with me, because I forget. When we go, we've got loads and loads of different prices in this tombola right here, right now. And there's loads of different prices in here, and I can see quite a few different ones already. I'm going to give this a spin. I'm going to pull one out, and whichever one I take out of this tombola will be the price. So, ready for this? £25.40 for you today on this one, ladies and gentlemen. We are now rolling that price down for you. That is a really, really great deal, a really, really great price for you. Well done to everyone who's getting their hands on this, a real special deal indeed. Well done to you. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to shut that so aggressively then. Oh my. I really apologise. That is a sensational deal. How much of a saving is that then, please, Tobster? Maths never a strong point of mine, as you know. Was £40.65, was it? £41.65 it was, whereas my maths, £16.25, I'm guessing. Oh, it's exact. That is the amount you've saved on this. So a great deal there for you. Plenty of you with this in your basket, so do just check it out as soon as you possibly can. Oh, thanks, Sammy. Oh, fits like a charm as per usual. This is a beautiful ring. The abalone does work perfectly for it, doesn't it?
A little individual ring. I mean, would you pay a fiver for that?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. And how many are on a strand?
Well, yeah, really good point. Yeah. I'd be over the moon if I could purchase this for £5 because it's so individual, it's so unique. Every single one's going to look different, and the design of it's lush. It's a really lush design.
It's just simple because the stone is so beautiful. You don't need to do anything other than that. No. So it really is just a simple little ring.
Comfy as well. Very comfy.
Yeah.
I love that. We're having a little look at the butterflies now, and I really like this design. What was it about these gems that made you go butterfly?
They're just so beautiful and sparkly, and they change colour, and just like butterfly wings. So I knew that I didn't have time to do a mermaid, so that was the option. The mermaid would have been looking great as well.
Oh yeah, I like that idea.
So it was a butterfly.
What do you like about butterflies when you think of that shape? Because it is, I think there's lots of nice connotations with a butterfly.
They are, but I just think they're beautiful. Again, it's one of nature's most lovely creations, I think.
I agree.
And you always wear butterflies.
I do, you're right, actually. In fact, I've got my butterfly belt on today.
So I always think of you when I see a butterfly.
Oh, you're such a love. What do you think of the price of this kit, can I ask you?
I think that's really good. I can't believe that Tom Boner brought it down because I thought it was going to be at least £30.
Yeah.
With all the pearls, but then we don't know where it's going, do we?
Yeah.
So
I think those big, beautiful ball pearls, I mean, you know, your abalone, average price that we're looking at the moment is between £9.95 and £12.95 for that alone. So I think a really great deal. Everyone, do make sure you're checking out those baskets, please. Very important to do so whilst you can. We're going to be seeing how Sammy's created the beautiful butterfly today, aren't we?
We are, because it's quite a simple but effective design.
Right.
And for something like that, you do need a stone that's going to look the part.
Okay.
So, you know, you can't really do it with something that doesn't look very nice. So. But there you go. So I have a piece of wire. This is, I mean, I would use the 1mm for your frame.
Yeah.
And this is about 2 foot long.
All right.
That's far too much, but I like to be able to have extra.
Okay.
Just because I'm going to start with a small one, because it's the same principle as the big one, and then I'll show you how to make the body of the big one.
Okay,
so what I'm doing, nearly halfway along, just slightly to the left of halfway, it doesn't actually matter.
Okay.
I'm actually just bending. If I take it up this way so you can see what I'm doing, I'm just bending it round with my thumb. Now, if you prefer to use a mandrel, then if you're more comfortable with it, if you're starting out with jewellery making, you probably will be. So there's a little small loop. Now you can test whether you can get your little abalone inside there if you want to use an abalone, or you can check and see if you want to use a pearl at this point. So you just see if there's space for one there. Now that's the bottom part of one wing. So what you're going to do now is right next to that, start making the next almost little teardrop shape. So you can see I'm just going to start bending it around like so. And I'm not overly worried at the moment, I'm just taking my time. So just make sure if you use a mandrel that you're using the same size for both. It makes it a lot easier. It's also easier to do it with a mandrel. I don't know why I chose not to. Probably because I'm on live TV and it always makes things a little bit more interesting. So when you've got the two bottom bits sorted, like so, they just sit next to each other like that. So you're going to start making the top wings. So now you're just going to do the same kind of thing. I'm going to turn it on its side. So I'm just trying not to, I don't want to bend, I don't want to put a kink in this, I want to keep it fairly straight. So I try and utilise the curves in the wire as much as possible. So I want this a little bit bigger. around the top, so because the top wings are a little bit bigger. You can see that where I started on the one wire, I've now transferred to the second, the other end of the wire, so I'm not going to have as much left over as you might have thought, because I'll see in a minute. So now I'm just taking it across like you did with the bottom bit to make the second little wing. So if I turn that over, you already have your little butterfly shape. And I'm just going to bend that a little bit to make sure it's equal. Now hold it exactly where you want to. Now bring this bottom wire up underneath and just bring it up, and that will secure your butterfly in place. And now you're just going to make little loops at the top. If you do with this with the 1mm, I've just done this with the 0.8 just because it's nice and easy to do. If you do it with the 1mm, it's not going to move at all. I mean, even with a 0.8, it's pretty sturdy. So now I'm going to trim that off. I'm going to trim it off about an inch above the top. So like so, I'm just trimming it off there and there. Get rid of those. Now, I don't actually have much left over. You would have thought I had more. Now, if you're more comfortable using baling pliers at this point to get your they're not quite equal. That's gonna annoy me if they're not equal.
Really? You are that specific?
Well, yeah, it has to be.
You shaved off 1/4 of a millimetre there.
I know.
Wowzers.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is it? Yeah, it's attention to detail.
It is. You're right. And that's why you're a professional, Sammy, and I'm not.
Oh, but yeah, well, I guess it does make a bit of a difference, doesn't it? When
you're right, it does.
So, yeah, but you are really good at cross, so don't give me that.
Oh, stop it, Sammy, stop!
She's really good. Anyway, I've just made a loop at the end of both of those. Now, if you prefer, what you can do at this point is you can wire a little jump ring in the middle here, if you like to do that for a bit of detail, or I just put jump rings through these two to just hang them. And then to simply add your gems, I'm going to get my 0.4.
Of which you've got 10 metres in the kit.
You've got loads. I'll move that forward so you can see it.
You're a love.
Get some 0.4, and I am going to attach it at one end of my wing. Thank you. I couldn't get to the word again. So I'm just going to have a bit of a tail. You can go all the way around. Now, I know I've made this look very, very easy. It isn't always easy to get it both sides the same, so don't kick yourself if it takes you a little few attempts, but you can see that it's not too difficult. The most difficult thing is getting both the sides the same size. So just do it by adjusting the frame like this before you bring the wire around, rather than undoing it and redoing it, at which point you're going to kink the wire.
And we don't want kinky wire.
No, we don't want kinky wires. No. You can see where I've just attached the wire there. I'm just going to thread 1 or 2 abalone on there.
And I suppose it depends on the size of the wings?
It depends on what you want to do, yeah. You can put 1 or 2 in there, you can put spacer bead in there, you can do whatever you want. So I'll take that, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the wire underneath, around the middle once, and then up the other side, and attach the next 2 on there.
So it gives you that wing-like iridescence, and actually some of them have like the eye of the butterfly on them, don't they?
They do. They're just pretty, aren't they? You could do an amazing peacock design. I'm just thinking, like, you see Rachel's done an amazing peacock, and so has Karen. So she's done a brilliant peacock as well. Can you hold on to that for that? Thank you.
No problem.
Because if I drop the wire, I'll have to try and find the end of it again, and that's just a pain. That's it. And if I have minions, I'll use them. Sorry, Becky.
It's all right, love.
But there we go. And then you just take it round 3 times this side and trim it off. Same thing at the bottom. Attach it here, thread your bead on, around the middle, and out there. And that's very, very, very simple, how to make the small butterfly. Obviously, if you make it bigger and you want to put a body down the front, then all I did was use the 0.6 wire for that.
Which I have for you up on your screen now, and we'll talk you through how to create the body. This is 50 metres worth, 50 metres worth of your gold coloured wire, and this is your 0.6. When I say things like 0.4 or 0.6, I'm talking about of a millimetre. So you've got just over 0.5 millimetre of the wire thickness gauge on this, which means if I show you here, it means it's a really lovely malleable wire. It's an extremely forgiving wire as well. If anything does go wrong, just a quick swipe and it's all back to normal. It's great one to use with the likes of your bindings. If you do earring bindings, rings, you can work with this too. And if you go for a superstructural wire, the likes of your 1.5mm, you can actually use it for a weaving wire because of the difference between them. We're going to show you exactly how to use this for a butterfly body now, but first things first, let's get that price in. £5.95 is not the price this should be at all, but we've rolled it down to that price point for you today. So come on in, load up them baskets. And what I will say is if you want it, it's really, really, really important you are checking it out as quickly as you can. Do a bit of a supermarket sweep and check it out, because otherwise it won't be yours. And no, Dale Winton it was. Dale Winton.
It was Dale Winton.
Dale Winton, yeah.
I love Dale Winton.
I like Dale Winton as well. I was watching his, that's unraveled quick.
Wow, that's really good. And I think it's important to show that it makes great tiaras and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, perfect. Or make your own slinky as well, off of the 80s. Don't know how great it'll be, it depends on your stairs. Off of the 80s. Yeah, off of the 80s. Well done to everyone who got their hands on this today. £5.95, and it's really durable too, so I'll just buy that back up. So we're on to the body now, aren't we?
We are. So I have pulled I'm just trying to put them on the 0.6 now.
Okay, which is what I'm ruffling up here.
You are. Seamless.
Thank you.
So I've taken quite a long bit, as usual, of 0.6, and I have made a tiny little, if you can see, spiral in the end. And that's just a little tongue, isn't it? So there we have, we're just threading a couple of these on for the body. So I've got far too much, you only need about a foot, I think. So I just decided to go complete overkill on the wire this time. It's probably because I said we needed 0.6 and then cut off 0.8, started demoing with that, and then realised it wasn't going to work.
Possibly,
so
that could have been
probably what it was. So now I've got 4, you might need to use 5 or 6, you might need to use 3 or 4, it depends on the size of your butterfly. Okay. I've just threaded them on, pushed them up as far as I go close to that loop. I've put a little bend after the loop just to make the tongue stick out. Simple. And now
do butterflies have tongues? Yes, they do.
They do. They have little spirally ones. Do you not? They have like.
And I hang out at the butterfly section of Chester Zoo all the time.
And they kind of like spiral. I kind of find them fascinating. No, I'm sure. Maybe I've made that up.
Right, that's
in my head
tomorrow
anyway.
Sorted.
So I'm just going to hold the bottom pearl.
I really want to find a picture of this. You carry on, yeah.
And I'm just bringing the wire over the top of this bottom pearl, like so. And then round, and then over the second pearl, and round, and over the top pearl, round, and then over the last pearl. And then I'm going to take it to that tiny little gap at the end. Are you giggling?
It is, it's like a little ringlet.
Yeah, see?
It is.
And you have the little detail across the body there. Oh. Now what you can do with this long piece of wire is, if I just trim this little bit off this butterfly here, she's giggling at butterfly tongues now. Who knew? So much entertainment. Is you can
this
hold
one's dribbling.
That's so nice, so attractive.
Oh, sipping! You might be sipping something. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Sammy, you make me learn so much. So anyway, carry on.
See, you can teach me all about the gems, and I can teach you about interesting stuff like butterfly
tongues. That's brilliant. Fab.
So we have the body here. And what I'm just going to do, I don't know if that's going to be easier to see it overhead, there you go.
Yeah.
Is just hold it there, and with the end of this long 0.6, I'm just going to take it around the one of the antenna, just to anchor it in place like so. And obviously if you've used the 1mm, it's going to be a lot easier to do that. Take it around a couple of times and then trim it off, and then squidge it shut.
Squidge.
And then what you're going to do now is underneath right in the middle bit there, attach your 0.4, bring it up around the middle just to anchor it, and then cut it off on that side, and you've made a little butterfly.
I think that's adorable. I really like that design. I like that you can just add on a few different gems and have the body as an attachment. And I love that it has a tongue, and I didn't know about that 6 minutes ago. That's amazing. you get butterflies in loads of different shapes, sizes, colours.
Yes.
A black butterfly with those pearls could look quite interesting.
Oh, wouldn't it? If you're framing the big pearls with the black butterfly, with the black wire, and then you have the abalone as well, it's just going to look absolutely dreamy.
I really like that idea a lot. Bringing on the black wire for you now, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 0.6, your price point today. £4.95. Wowzers, okay. We've taken that one super duper low for you, ladies and gentlemen. 50 metres worth at £4.95. How long is 50 metres worth going to last?
It's longer than 10 metres, which is what that price should be.
Yeah, you're right. You are right, actually.
That's going to last you quite a long time, isn't it? Yeah. It's really good.
I think that's a really good deal, a really good price point. Definitely an added to your order price point deal today, ladies and gentlemen. And this is another little ring that Sammy's whipped up that would go.
I can make one of those now if you've got.
Perfectly great for you. Yeah, come on.
Okay, right. I find the 0.8. Where have I put that down? There it is. So I'm going to pull off about 1 metre of 0.8. Again, that's more than you need. But when you're doing a ring, it's nice to have a little bit of extra. Now we're going to find one of these little abalone, and I'm going to thread it onto the 0.8.
Okay, which you got in the kit, which we still have availability of.
And I'm just going to pull that down to roughly the middle, like so. I'm going to get my ring mandrel, and I'm just going to hold it onto my ring mandrel with my thumb, bring the wire all the way around one side, and then you can have it back up there. Transfer my thumbs over. Take the wire all the way around once and then back up that side like so.
It's so easy already. I'm actually understanding this
You're
so
understanding
far.
this. And we're going to slide that off and then you're just going to hold it together. You can see the ring shape there. Can you see? I know it's so easy.
What?
I know. And then you're just, because this 0.8 is so malleable, you're just going to feed it back through like this. This is what I love about this 0.8. It's perfect. You're going to feed it back through and then take it all the way around.
And that's through the actual shank
itself?
itself?
That's through the shank. What you're doing is closing the shank and adding a little bit of detail to the shoulders at the same time. So it's like a functional wrap. And you might think it's going to be a little bit tough doing it with a 0.8, but it's not. And this is why it's nice to have a long piece, because you can really give it a good bit of leverage. Go 3 times or more. It's entirely up to you. Trim that off and then squidge. I wish I was a tidier worker, that would make this a bit quicker.
Oh, I'm
and then we're going to turn it over, and I'm going to do the same on the other side.
I wish we'd have timed this, because we've spent less than a minute on it so far.
I know, and if you think, I mean, obviously I've been doing it for years, but if you think, if you're going to make little abalone rings out of that kit and nothing else and use the stuff,
£5 a pot.
£5 a pot in a couple of minutes, and people are quite happy to pay. I mean, if you want to do £3, if you live in an area where £3 is a better price point for you, or £2 because it's taking you 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, do that. If you did £2, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 32, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 42, 4, 44, and I've already used some of the strands to make butterflies.
And that's just what we've got left over. So monetary-wise.
There is the ring, and you'll notice that it doesn't sit flat just yet. So what you do with this is, where it's not, you hold the abalone flat, like so. I'm going to try and show it without my fingers in the way, which is going to be a bit difficult.
It's okay, don't worry.
And then you've got these 2 little wires that sit underneath it. So you're going to get your thumbnail or plectrum. Some people use a plectrum, some people use their wires. Just gently, I'll turn it over in a moment, tease them apart slightly.
So it's acting more mattress-like.
And then what it does is it just holds that bead flat in place. Like so, you're done. That's not moving anywhere now.
I think that is beautiful. How easy, quick and just simple is that. Sammy, thank you so much. Leanne saying, amazing challenge, Sammy. Can I have some of your talent, please?
Oh, if I could give it you, I would.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's how talent works. But Leanne, you have the opportunity to win a couple of pieces of Sammy's jewellery a little bit later on, so do stay tuned. Sammy, you're an absolute legend. Thank you kindly. I'm going to be back with Sammy really soon. I'll walk now. But right here, right now, I'm going to bring you some more treats, some more deals really quickly just before we head into that break. We've got Treat Tuesday, which means competitions, which means deals, which means exceptional brand new treats and amazing prices, let's bring you something that will definitely put that into mind now. This is a gemstone we very rarely see, in a guise we very rarely see, at a price point of under £40, which I personally, off the top of my head, haven't ever seen before. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a true rarity. If you want to get your hands on something that's going to make you stand out in a crowd, now's your opportunity. Stunning, high grade, Mystic Topaz. Aren't they just? An Aurora Borealis of sensational colour, paired with unrivaled clarity. I have guaranteed you under £40. It shouldn't be. Have we got a should-be price on this? Yeah, told you it shouldn't be. I've never been able to bring you a Mystic Topaz at under a £40 price point until today. And why? Why is that? Because it's an unusual gem, it's a sought after gem, and it's a difficult gem to get your hands on. It's not something which is truly abundant, because essentially when you've got your Mystic coloured topaz, you've got something which the grade of quality has to be high enough for it to be put through to essentially the next levels of Mystic, the Mystic coating level, let's say. So what I mean by that is, if you've got a topaz that maybe isn't eye clean, that maybe is slightly included, that maybe is blemished on the surface, it will not go through to the Mystic coating. Because to be Mystic coated, it needs to be strong enough, it needs to be durable enough, and it needs to be flat and higher quality enough to be able to get that treatment upon it. But when you get it, boy, do you get it. The quality and the colouring of this is just so profound. It really is. It's got this depth to it, which I think just draws you in. And actually, seeing it alongside the abalone ring, isn't that a perfect pairing? You've got this quality within the clarity of that gemstone that then kind of gets you on a number of levels. So first things first, you might notice this and you see it from afar, and I think you see that these are beautiful, delicate drops. Then as you get a little bit closer, you see that sparkle kind of coming into focus, and then that grabs your attention. But then getting even closer and you see this magical way in which those tones and hues change dramatically, slipping into one to the other. So essentially you're getting a little bit of something on this from every single stage. You're getting a beautiful drop from afar, a sensational sparkle as you get closer, and then a mystical kind of appearance on the surface just to draw you in even more. It's one of the most sought after gemstones, and it's generally one of the higher priced gems. But we're Jewellery Maker, and we like to outdo ourselves. At £44.95 we're already outdoing a lot of competition, but at £29.95 we are outdoing ourselves hand over fist. That is the type of price point that if me and Sammy wanted to get our hands on this at staff cost, we'd have to ring up and put on a false accent, because it is not the type of price point you would normally expect to get. It's not the normal price you would expect to see at all. That is a sensational deal, a really exceptional price point, and a gemstone we rarely get to see. Sammy, as soon as I showed this, you just did a little audible wow and then kind of went speechless. Tell me what it is that takes your breath away on this.
It's the sparkle. Nothing, I mean, topaz has such a sparkle. And then it has that gorgeous Mystic coating. And then I was thinking, well, if I'd had that, that could have made an amazing butterfly.
Oh, you're not wrong.
And that
yes,
would be
you
gorgeous.
could incorporate it.
Yeah, you could. They're just it's just beautiful, isn't it?
It really is.
And again, but you wouldn't have to do anything too much to it if you didn't want to, because it's just pretty.
It really is, isn't it? It's so captivating, it's so individual. It's just made me think of Spellbinding Laura Binding. Have you seen her unicorns that she's been doing lately, her wirework unicorns? Imagine something like this added to that. I mean, something mystical on something mystical. Yeah. That is a perfect pairing, isn't it? A really exceptional deal. Well done to every single one of you. £29.95 today, ladies and gentlemen. What did you say, lovely lad? Silver coated labradorite now. Now this is the one I showed you earlier on alongside the spinel. And it really is an individual look and appeal. Get ready to fall into this. Sorry, I just had a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids flashback. This is an absolutely mystical effect. I have got such a beautiful appearance here with the labradorite. How on earth does labradorite get its labradorescence, I hear you all shout? It's essentially due to the makeup and the way in which that this is built up. And the way I like to explain it and describe it is, if you imagine really, really microscopic fibrous inclusions like this building up the gem, so imagine it all kind of growing together and slotting in nice parallel lines, what happens is the light will essentially hit into an element in between these striations, but because there's kind of a roof and a floor to these, the light will get in and it'll go brrrr. Think of it like a pinball machine or those amazing people who can skim stones. It's like that. It goes brrrr within there. Amazing people. I'm massively jealous. I've tried and tried. But yeah, it gives that look. And because of that, because that light essentially gets trapped and because it's essentially going through there, you get this beautiful display of different colours, and you're getting them in golds and blues and greens, and the different colours dependent mainly on whereabouts in the gemstone the light itself hits. So you can see you've got that gorgeous labradorescence, but you've also got that silver over the top, which gives it a really beautiful foreboding effect and look, doesn't it? I think what you've got here is something very, very rich, very, very interesting, absolutely captivating, and we're going to give it to you at a very special deal today. £7.95 is a price that we wouldn't normally expect on something like this. It's not something we see readily. It's not something that we see often. It's something which perhaps you don't have that many of in your stash. How many strands of coated labradorite do you have? Because I do not have, I think I've got, oh, actually, I might not have any anymore. I did have one. I did have a beautiful Rondelle strand similar to this, actually. Not the same, not that big a carat weight, but similar. But it was, it is something that I've used up quite quickly, actually. It's not something that we get to see often. It's not something that's readily available. And if you do want to treat yourself to this, now is your opportunity, because it does give that really mystical look and effect. Sand! 51 is your code on this today, ladies and gentlemen. Add it to your basket whilst you have the opportunity to do so, because it is a great little deal and an easy one to work alongside those cabochons I had earlier. You know, the labradorite ones I had. It'd go really nicely alongside those, wouldn't it? Or, oh, way up, come up with a cracker of an idea. Thanks. It's quite good, that, isn't it? I really like those together. These ones were on your screen previously, and I brought them to you with a collection of the whites, and they were at £19.95 we dropped them down to, because we're sneaky little pickles and we like to do that sort of thing. Well done to everyone who got their hands on this. I'm bringing to you something of another level now, of another scale, because I'm going to bring you some sterling silver 925 with my birthstone in it. I say sterling silver, you say, what, Sammy?
It's pretty much the staple of my stall.
Oh, really? Yes.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
Because that's what I work in most.
And why do you go to work with sterling silver predominantly?
I'm very lucky in where I live, so I can sell my jewellery at a decent price point.
Mm-hmm.
And I just love the feel of it. I adore it, and if I'm going to put time into a piece, then I like the inherent value that sterling silver gives. I also love the fact that it's a forever piece.
Yes.
And you know, if you're giving a gift, then you want to get something that's, you know, going to be there. It's not going, the plate's not going to come off, and you know, all the rest of it. So
it's going to be that quality for good.
Yes.
What do you think of this piece? I've just placed in a beautiful high-end cabochon cut natural Madagascan amethyst in this. What do you think of that, please?
I think that is divine. It would take me a little while to make one of those in the workshop, you know, if I was making them out myself. So I'm going to get annoyed at the price, as you know.
Probably. How long approximately-ish might it take you to do something like this?
Yeah, it could take me about an hour.
About an hour to create it.
Yeah.
So If I was to say, bring this to you from, you know, let's say, oh, I'll give you £15 for that hour's worth of work, and then you'd have to pay for the cost on top of that for all of your materials.
Yep.
The fact that I'm going to show you this price, Sammy?
That's because you've got your amethyst as well.
Yeah.
You see, this is what annoys me.
Oh, well, I'm really going to
beautiful.
grind your axe now, because that's not the price.
Is it not?
No.
No, you're not.
I am.
Oh.
I am.
Oh.
I'm rolling it down. You ready for this?
We were friends.
We were friends. It's not me, it's Toby. £9.95. Toby's just gone really sincerely, soz.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
I think it's a brilliant price. It really is, because the time it would take you, and you know, when you've got pickling and polishing and all the other bits and pieces to do with it.
You're not wrong.
Cost of the amethyst, cost of the silver, the time it takes to make it all.
£9.95.
£9.95, and that is a gorgeous design. It's
really
simple, and it just allows the stone to speak for itself.
Really does, doesn't it? It just tells you exactly what it wants to do. I'm going to leave the caption there so I can show you around the bracelet, if I may, just to give you the ideas of your detail to this. And it does also have an extender on the end there, and it has your lobster claw clasp as well. So a real simple mechanism to do this up for you. And size-wise, you're ranging between sort of a 6.5 inch to close to an 8 inch with that extender there. So something, well, for everyone really, and a really gorgeous Madagascan amethyst that you can see there too at £9.95. Moving on up to some amethyst nuggets now. And am I right saying this is a duo? Oh, we've got 2 individual strands here. Now, I had the lovely Natalie on with me yesterday, and she did some pieces with some really beautiful large nuggets. These are the more of our original nuggets. These are the slightly more dainty nuggets. Perfect for the likes of your tree of life. Perfect for the likes of your bonsai tree that the keen-eyed among you will have noticed sort of behind Sammy. These are naturally created and faceted by Mother Nature, and they're essentially taken out of the geode, polished slightly, and then stranded for you to wear. It's a snapshot of time, a snapshot of history from Mother Nature, and it's in this lovely amethyst pairing. You've got the 2 different varieties here and the 2 different colours, mainly due to the 2 different locations. You have the deep, rich, almost Zambian hue of the African amethyst, and then you have that really delicate kind of just a little peck of colour from that Brazilian pink amethyst, which is one of the trickiest amethysts actually in the world to get your hands on at the moment because of the mining process with it. You've got 2 infinity necklaces with these. That essentially means there's no end and there's no beginning. So you can just pop this over your head, nip out to the shops and feel super duper glam. Or you can go to town with these and really make something superb with them. It's 2 double strands, and that means lengthwise it's better than the average that we would average. We say we give around 30 to 35 centimetres worth on each of our regular strands. These ones working out closer to 85 to 90 centimetres worth. For both of them today, your price point, £4.95 for both of them, ladies and gentlemen. These are real deal, genuine gemstones. They're going to add a little bit of glamour. Just pop them over your head and you're going to feel super glamorous. You truly, truly are. Or really work with these. Really go to town with them. Don't tell your friends how much it cost you. No, don't. No. £2.50 for each double strand. I mean, that is astonishing deal. It really is an exceptional price point. We all get those moments where we need to feel a little bit glamorous. I had one of those evenings last night whereby I was staying at a hotel and the fire alarm went off. Then I had to rush outside, and we stood outside for a good sort of 15 minutes. As I walked back inside, no, it happened a couple of weeks ago as well, actually. This one, it was deodorant though. Someone overused deodorant at 11:45 at night. Who puts deodorant on before they go to bed? Anyway, another point. And yeah, stood outside for about 15 minutes. As I was walking in, I walked past this guy and he just turned to his mate and went, "Did you see that?" And you know when you sense someone's talking about you, you can feel it. I walked back into my bedroom, just looked into the mirror, and I had toothpaste dried on pretty much up to my nose. It was absolutely gross. I looked like when my golden retriever goes to the park and runs round in circles for 20 minutes. It looked like that, and I'd just been stood outside smiling at people for a quarter of an hour. Thankfully though, well, no, I say thankfully, it would have been lovely if I'd have had something like this to whip on to maybe distract from my face. I'm going to bring to you really quickly the opportunity to get your hands on another nuggety strand, because there's loads of you online on the line right now. So please do make sure, if you're on the tinterweb, my dad calls it, been on tinterweb, on the tinterweb, on the internet, and there's lots of you on the phone lines as well. So whilst you're there, how about pairing those up? Because we all know that purple and green go great together because of the way in which they sit on the colour wheel. They are very, very complementary to each other. Bringing to you right here, right now, 2 double strands of your emerald at £5.95 for emerald. That's 220 carats worth of genuine emerald. It's loved, it's adored, and if you do want to do the likes of our bonsai trees, then these are of course the perfect shade for those summer through to autumn colours. £5.95 for emerald. That isn't something we're used to at all. It's one of the big four. It's one of the most historic gemstones in the world. And in this look, it's one of the most textured varieties that we do as well. Ladies and gentlemen, loads more to come for you after the break, including a really beautiful, well put together Kashipo showcase. I've also got coming up for you some good old fashioned fun and some competition. Stay tuned, star buys, creativity and loads more, all after break.
Join Mark Smith as he introduces you to the incredible world of macrame. In this DVD, Mark guides you along step by step into all the techniques you will need to get started for some fabulous new designs. This includes the tools of the trade, getting started, incorporating beads, finishing touches, and finally learn how to create the beautiful goddess bracelet. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Tiger's Eye is a gemstone that can be masculine or feminine. It comes in like these luscious caramel colours, and when you get it in fuchsia, that's my favourite, when it's bright pink. Love that, and the chatoyancy makes it so different. It sort of follows you around the room, so it makes for some really interesting pieces.
Tiger's Eye is one of the first gemstones that I was ever exposed to. My mum bought me a beautiful Tiger's Eye bracelet when I was away at university, and I've worn it ever since. It has a lot of personal value to me. Not only that though, the Jewellery Maker Tiger's Eye, which you can get, exudes so much chatoyancy, and more chatoyancy than I've ever seen from any other Tiger's Eye. The carat weights are brilliant, you can get it in dyed qualities, but it's the natural essence of the gemstone which I think people find so attractive about it, and that's probably one of the reasons why it's one of our biggest sellers.
I think when I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader, not a jewellery maker, a beader. Because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery Maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters, and there's certain ones, yeah, and it's a shame it's so far because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from Jewellery Maker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be Jewellery Maker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get your postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, lovely to be with you this afternoon. I've got for you a real exceptional treat. Tanzanite is a real true rarity of the earth. It's something which is declining rapidly in the amount we're taking out of the ground, and not only is the amount declining, because of course it is a one locational gemstone, foothills of Mount Kilimanjaro, not only is the amount, the yield, which the yield essentially is to do with the amount you get out of the ground and the amount of that is usable. So the yield itself is going down, but the quality of the yield is going down too. They're looking at essentially closing down certain operations within this region, and that of course will have an even more detrimental effect to our yields and to our quality. I can honestly say, without a shadow of a doubt, that in a stranded form like this, it is the best quality I've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker. The clarity of this is phenomenal, and the pleochrysm on this is unignorable. The fact that it's in your graduated rounds also makes it extremely workable for all of us crafters. Do you want to take a little look at it? Extremely high quality tanzanite. Can you see the pleochrysm in this? It's always difficult to see in this light. The way in which the studio here is made up is there are these huge lights, mammoth lights, as you can see. It's one there. And in those lights you get 4 bars going across them, but these bars are doubled up. So you're actually getting 8 huge bleachy lights in every single one of them. That means that sometimes you don't get to see unique individual effects that you get in tanzanite, such as pleochrysm. But the quality of this strand is so epic that you actually can see some of it. Don't get me wrong, it's nowhere near a pinch in the ocean of what you can actually get from this and what you will see of this in real life. But it's at least giving you a hint of it. Pleochrysm is essentially a way in which when the light moves through certain gemstones, you will get a change in the appearance, a change in the tonalities or the hues in these. So it means that when I'm turning this, I here personally can see those beautiful violetish blues going more into a pink hue, and actually, incredibly, almost nudging into the greens in here. That's pleochrysm, and that is a naturally occurring phenomenon. It doesn't happen with all gemstones, and it doesn't happen in all tanzanites, but I'll tell you what it is on this. And that is one way you know you are getting absolutely exceptional quality. The colour quality is something that we look for in tanzanite, and I would honestly say that this is up there. It's not wishy-washy, it doesn't look like, you know, really tame or diluted. It's bold enough, it's strong enough, and it will stand the test of time because of that colouring. And by stand the test of time, I mean not only fashion-wise, I also mean in the tanzanite price stakes, because certain colours and certain specific hues, tones and saturations of tanzanite are actually going up in price faster than others because they're obviously more sought after. This is that type of colour, this is that kind of look and aspect that we have to this, that beautiful, very high-end, very rich colour with this extremely rare gemstone. Once said to be around 1,000 times rarer than diamond. Now it's blown that figure out of the water. It really, really has. It is an extremely rare gem. And to get it in perfect rounds is something we don't get to see often at all. Today it's my pleasure to be joined by the wonderful Sammy Fletcher. And I'd love to ask you, Sammy, Tanzanite rounds, how often have you seen it?
I have a strand that I bought a year and a half ago from here. I haven't seen it since.
No.
Not like that, not with that clarity and that quality. Sometimes we get the big ones that you can't see through, but not those with that beautiful clarity. It's really cool.
Yeah. It is, I know that when you're making to sell your jewellery,
yes,
you are, for your big pieces, looking for extreme quality.
I am.
Is this strand here going to be passing your quality tests?
Yeah, that would be on one of them would be in the centre of a pearl strand.
And what type of price would we be looking at?
If I was to do a bracelet, it would be £60 for the bracelet, it'd be about 120 for the neck.
So £60 for one Tanzanite, surrounded by pearls, but £60 for one.
Knotted into it, obviously, because it's so valuable. You would use a knotted.
Absolutely, as you would with pearl knotting.
Yeah. See, and the thing about a graduated strand like that is you've got all sizes of pearls covered. That's going to last you ages.
Definitely. If you want to treat yourself to something like this, now is your opportunity. But I haven't got hundreds. I've only got 49 available. Ladies and gents, treat yourself whilst you can, getting even rarer, and in this case more beautiful, your price point today. It's rolling down. We're taking this down for you, ladies and gentlemen. We really, really are. £75 is phenomenal for this. If you're considering that Sammy's pairing this with just a few pearls to do a bracelet and using one and selling it for £60 at £44.95. That is absolutely mammoth a drop. That is huge. Your drop on that is £30, ladies and gentlemen, off one of the rarest, most loved and most famed current gemstones. That is an incredible price with a massive price drop. I need to remind you that we will have to change the margin on our Tanzanite soon. We're talking about it readily at the moment. Essentially, the margin is the difference between the price we buy it for and the price we sell it for. We were part of a company that a couple of years ago was part of a documentary, and they were talking in this documentary about how they had to raise that margin. That was a couple of years ago. We didn't do it. We were the only ones out of that sister channel company that didn't do it. But this is going to change. We're going to have to change that. We're going to have to take this up again in margin at some point, because it's getting almost impossible to purchase. And the 2010 Mineral Act is in force at the moment, and that basically means that unproductive mines are getting closed down, and they are getting closed down within the next couple of months, and that means that it's going to get even more scarce, it's going to get even more difficult to get your hands on, which means that price, which is already through the roof and has skyrocketed in the last couple of years, is going to go astronomical. £30 off. Sammy, it made you do a little ooh, things that make you go ooh.
Wince. Yeah, well, it's an amazing price, and I can't even, it should be double that at least, so it's an amazing price.
Well, if you're saying you were going to be doing a strand of a really beautiful strand of pearls with one of these at £60, you've made your money back on the whole strand, and even probably the strand of pearls you've bought.
Yes.
Because, you know, this is £45, you can easily get a nice pearl strand. But, you know, to take for £15, £16, couldn't you?
Yes, definitely. I know, I can't speak properly. Because it is so rare to see that clarity and those particular shapes. I did just make some wedding jewellery for a certain member of the crew, which I did just that.
Oh yes,
I did.
You've got something very special here now, ladies and gentlemen. $44.95. It was you. You're right. It was you, Ben. $44.95 is your price point today, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in and get it whilst you can, because it is a gemstone that is going on. My quantity isn't absolutely through the roof, which is a shame, because let's face it, at £30 off, this is popular. I'm in my Last Chance Saloon, heading there now. So, definitely in Last Chance Saloon now. So that means not many opportunities left. If you want to get your hands on it, you know what to do. 0800 644 655, press option 1 on your telephone to get through to our call centre. They're absolutely lovely, and they'll be able to sort you out and set you up an account if you so wish, and they'll be able to add this to your order. £44.95. Well done, everyone. Almost over allocated now, and a very exceptional strand. I have to say, that looks absolutely gorgeous. Well done, everyone who got your hands on this. A real deal and a half. Okay, I'm going to mosey on over now to the Keshi section of our show. We talk about pearls a lot, and we've managed to show you pearls of different varieties, different qualities, different sizes, colours, shapes, loads and loads and loads. And we often do your pearl showcases as well of pearls. Now, what we have for you is something different to our normal pearls, different to our normal look and detail, and it's because of the way they appear. You know, sometimes when we'll talk to you about the likes of a biwa pearl, for example, biwa pearls all higgledy-piggledy and lumpy-bumpy, but that isn't necessarily to do with the shape of them, it's to do with the mollusk in which they're from and the conditions they're brought in. These are named due to the fact that they are non-nucleated pearls, and what that gives you is an exceptional amount of texture and therefore pearlescence. I'm going to start off here with the black pearls, and I want you to really just enjoy feasting your eyes on these. They're absolutely beautiful. So, non-nucleated pearls. What on earth am I talking about? A non-nucleated pearl is essentially a pearl which doesn't have an irritant or a centre added. It may well have done, but it hasn't in the forming process of it. And that is a great thing because it means you get so much texture and so much variety, but also something truly luxurious. Now, it's extremely luxurious because essentially you've got the nacre, and the nacre is the expensive part of the pearl formation, really. The nacre is formed by the mollusk, which is a hinged creature, which essentially excretes nacre time and time and time again to create a lovely pearlescent surface of a pearl. Now, with the vast majority, all basically of the other types of pearls you will see, whether it be rounds, whether it be baroques, whether it be nuggets, will have a nucleus. That means that we'll have added an irritant within there that will help the process along. So, we always explain it to you like it could be a grain of sand that gets in there, and often it is when it's naturally formed. But in cultivation, a lot of the time it will be like an element or a fragment of shell. And what we'll tend to do is we'll tend to pick the shape we want, and then the mollusk will build up around that. So, for example, in those pearl kisses I did for you early on at $2.99, we will have put a cross shape in there, and that's why it's formed in that shape. The thing with the likes of your rounds is we might have put in, imagine this is your nucleus, we will have put in an irritant within there, and it could be a piece of shell. Obviously it wouldn't be this large, but just for these purposes. You can place a little piece of shell in like this, and because you've got so much mass in the centre of this, you only need a very small layer of nacre over the top to give that beautiful pearlescence. But actually, when you're looking at the likes of a round or a baroque, the vast majority, in most cases, of the centre of it will just be shell, and then it's got that thin layer of pearlescence over the top, which is great, really, because it means it's done a bit quicker, it costs a little bit less money, it's going to be more affordable for you, but you still get a very similar look. These have had the irritant added to the hinged mollusk, and the mollusk has said, no, don't fancy that, and essentially rejected it, spat it out essentially, rejected it. But because it's still protecting itself, it's still excreting that nacre time and time and time again. That means that you have in this pure nacre, not a small little millimetre or two of the nacre over the top. It's purely the good stuff, the luxury, the things that take time, and boy oh boy, this will have taken time because these are luxury sized Keshi pearls. Every single one of these would have taken approximately, looking at the size of them, approximately, this is incredible, each one of these could have taken approximately 11 years to form. In the largest instances, 11 years. It's one of the most expensive varieties of pearls out there in the freshwater cultivation world. But today, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be able to get this absolutely luxurious strand with so much surface area, with so much of that organic happenings taking years and years and years. And I'm going to bring it to you at a really great deal. £24.95. It's good, but I can do better, so I'm going to. It's Treat Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, and if you want deals, you're in the right place. £19.95 for easily the most luxurious strand of Keshe pearls I've ever been able to bring to you. They're the black variety, so they give you that really wonderful interest and look, and you have the massive surface area on these, taking around about 11 years to form in some areas, these, because like I say, it's pure nacre you're getting on this. Some of those, what we could do, this is not what we do, but we could quite easily put a 9mm shell into a mollusk, and then we could sell it to you as a 10mm pearl because it only needs to put a mil of the nacre over the top there. We could quite easily do that, but essentially you haven't got all of that nacre, so you don't have as much of that pearlescent. There's loads of you coming in for this now, and well done to all of you. There's 10 in baskets. Now my quantity is down 30 now, because so many of you have already checked out on this, so it is last chance saloon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Keshe showcase. I've got 3 strands, no others are black and no others are this size, so 28 now is that. We didn't start off with that, we started off with way more than that, but 25 of these now. If you want big, bold Keshe pearls, this is your time to get it. If you want that deep, rich black colour, this is your time to get it. So please do come in quickly as you can. I love the shape on these ones, I love the size ones, it's serious luxury, and to be able to get them at $19.95, that is not a price to be ignoring whatsoever. These are going to be a sellout within the next few minutes because of the amount of people with it in their baskets. But really quickly, I just want to ask Sammy, with these ones, would you go simplistic or would you go wild with them?
Simplistic, always. I just like knotting them with black silk, simple.
That's
all you need to do, because you've got all the texture there.
Yeah, and people are going to know that that's a real deal, aren't they, with these?
Yep, they are. So yeah, I love Keshe pearls because, again, it's really easy to do something with them.
Because some of the work's almost done there for you, because they're all so individual and so unique in the look of them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not an opportunity we get to see often at all. I'm trying to think if I've seen Keshe pearls this size. I don't think I have. You?
I'm not sure.
20 mil.
That is huge.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yeah, you could potentially set those in a ring quite easily, couldn't you? That'd be pretty cool.
It really is. It's an exceptional deal for you, ladies and gentlemen. Well done to all of you treating yourselves. I'm going to show it you with the peacock strand as well, because I want you to notice the variation in the different colours, because a lot of the time when we bling back pearls, you might not realise how different that is to the peacock, but I'm going to show you them separately. But I think they go great together. They go really well together, don't they? Bringing this strand to you now because this one is about to sell out because we've got loads of people with it in the baskets and people waiting on the phone. This strand right here coming to you, showing you this Tahitian-esque colouring. It really is, because you've got a lot of those blues shining through on this strand. Take a little look at these beautiful Keshe pearls. Now the name Keshe is an interesting one. It comes from a Japanese term that essentially means seed, and the reason that it is named that is, well, it's kind of twofold really. One reason is because when they found these originally, these really peculiar unique shapes in the mollusk itself, they weren't aware whether or not they were going to create something else and whether or not they were going to go on to make something else. So apparently what they did was they did numerous different tests, I suppose, whereby they'd look in a mollusk, make sure it was protected, make sure it was safe, and see a really small Keshe pearl, and then they would put it back, they would keep it, they would look after it, they would put it back into that lovely warm water, and they would look back on it a few months later, even a few years later. And obviously, because the nacre is still being released by this still live mollusk, the Keshe pearl itself was getting larger and larger and larger. So they actually thought that it was kind of a seed, very much like a plant, that was growing internally inside it. which in a strange way I suppose it is. Another reason it was called seed, of course, I suppose you can see by the look of it, it's almost got a seed-like look to it in lots of different areas of these. You have got, with this strand here, that really lovely, delicate seed-like shape. And you've got all of those lumps and bumps that make a keshi. And that is what gives you this twofold iridescence. It's not just the pearlescence of where the light's dispersed, it's also the colours that run through over this too. I have got 12 of these left now, so if you want to, do have to be quick off the mark. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, it's just £6.95 for you. Don't forget for me, this is Necro. Don't forget this is one of the most expensive varieties of your freshwater cultured pearls. That is an exceptional deal. It really, truly is. And that's why I've got multi-purchasers on this. Well done to every single one of you getting your hands on this. This is the final one in this colour that I've got. I've got a very similar size coming up in a moment, which I think goes exceptionally well with it because those sizes just seem to work alongside each other beautifully. Okay, individual figures now of your keshi pearls. 6 of those ones left. Well done everyone, over allocated. I'm bringing you the white strand now, and this is our final strand. What I love about this is the purity of that white colouring to them, and I really like the way in which these remind me of rose petals. They remind me of rose petals. You know when you see an individual rose petal and it's kind of smoother at the base and really textured at the top? That's what this reminds me of. 50 of these available, but people are already checking out apparently because they're all well aware that this is a deal of a steal. You have got the arrows are coming in as well, which has made more people treat themselves to this. Well, it's going to. This is a beautiful strand of your purest white keshi pearls, and they have got a beautiful purity to them. Take a look at how you get the different hues running over the surface of this, because it is absolutely phenomenal. Really captivating. This is your white strand of your keshi pearls. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, £6.95 for you today on that strand. It is just exceptional. Really beautiful quality of colour you have on these ones. Really beautiful quality with that lovely depth of the hues of the iridescence. Pinks to golds to greens you're getting on this strand. Loads of you multi-purchasing on this. Well done to all of you. Single figures left of this one, I've just been told. Over allocated now, sorry about that. Well done everyone who got your hands on these keshi. I think we've sold out of all of them now. Maybe one of the large ones left, but that's it, so please do check out whilst you can. Okay, how do you feel, ladies and gentlemen, about getting your hands on a ruby strand? These are big pieces, ladies and gentlemen. Big pieces. What do you like about this strand of natural ruby, please, Sammy?
The fact that it's natural is the biggest thing that I like about it.
Tell me why that's important for you.
I just prefer things that are natural. That's all. There's less, you know, the more chance it's going to stay exactly as the day you bought it.
Absolutely agree with you on that, completely. You get more of that stayability, is that a word?
It is now.
Yeah, it is now. Stayability. It means that you're going to be able to wear this and wear this and wear this. You know it's not going to alter, it's not going to change. It's got serious longevity, which we all know is very important when you're dealing with jewellery, because you get something which well, let's face it, no one wants to get given something that over time you just can't wear anymore, you just can't work with anymore because it changes so dramatically. This isn't going to have that. What I love about natural ruby, and I'll be honest, I don't mind treatments on any gemstones, apart from my big four. I'm a little bit panicky about the big four, I don't know why, I just am. What I love about this is I can hold this right here now, look into it and know that it's 100% ruby. When we treat ruby, often it will have been filled, so it gets filled with like a lead-based glass substance that is often dyed to give it a look. And when I hold a strand like that, I can't say this is 100% ruby, because it's not. It's about, let's say, ish 90% ruby, 10% glass or lead-based substance. This is 100% ruby, and we here as a team are going to give you the opportunity to own 100% ruby in workable, big, sizable pieces. 40 carats worth, ladies and gentlemen, 5x3 to 3x1. Your price point, loads of people are checking out on this, unsurprisingly. This is Sorry, I'm so sorry. You just looked so happy then.
It's amazing. Oh my gosh, I can't believe that.
Just lit up.
Well, because I'm thinking it's completely natural,
Yes.
no treatment.
Nope.
It's really well matched. It's beautifully graduated.
You're right, actually.
So I'm
yeah.
like, oh, I really want that strand, but I'm probably looking at about $59.95. So I'm like, yay!
$14.95 is astonishing.
Silly price.
That's why her face went.
I know. It was just
like a kid on Christmas Day who was expecting socks but got a transformer. It was that kind of face. It really was. Oh, that was lovely. You have got £14.95, and I believe that this is the optimum prime time to purchase it.
Nice.
That's fine. Thank you. It really is an exceptional time to get your hands on it. 17 left. Do make sure you're checking out this basket as per usual. But also, don't forget that if you're on the phone line, there's no elbowing, there's no shoving to the front. You are where you are. So don't kind of get caught up in that queue and go, oh, the hold music's here. I'll hang up and get back later, because you will be put right to the back of the queue. So please do be good. Do you know what? Someone did that the other day. How do you react to this? Someone's in the queue in front of you and they go, oh, forgot that. And then they nip off and they ran down like the end aisles and they grabbed like a couple of chocolate bars and then they walk back in the queue at the same place. Discuss.
No.
Is that acceptable?
No, it's not acceptable.
No.
Get to the back of the queue.
Yes, thank you, Sammy. I just did what we all do.
A stern look.
Just a stern, a stern look, an absolute, to the back of their heads. As soon as they turn around, go ahead. Would you reckon of that? Anyway, you put to the back of the queue.
Did you touch? Did you?
No, I did. Oh no, I'm not a touch.
You weren't brave enough to touch.
No, I was not brave enough to touch. Absolutely not. When I'm in my car, I'm not brave enough to honk the horn if someone kind of pulls out in front of me. I just go, oh. Internal anger. I do the little Sammy ad. Anyway, 11 of these left, ladies and gentlemen. £14.95, a really great deal. Lots of multi-buyers, and that goes to prove that the quality of this is extreme and the price of this is extreme in the opposite direction. Because, you know, multi-buyers of ruby you don't see often, because normally not many people can afford to purchase two £50 strands in a day. So a very special deal today. £14.95, well done every single one. How do you feel about treating yourself to something special? It shines, it glimmers, it's your style by. Coral at this time of year is always on trend, always. We're getting into festival season. We're getting there. It's soon. I don't believe it's kicked off yet. Are you not going to any this year, Ben? Michael, are you not?
Never been to one in my life.
You've never been to one in your life.
No.
Wow, that's why you're so fresh-faced. I feel like every festival I go to ages me dramatically. I'm really only 14, I've just been to loads of festivals, it's aged. We are into festival season, winter holiday season, and I think that when you look at these strands, you get that feeling, you get that vibe that the holidays are here, picnic time is occurring, and it's time to whack another steak on the barbie. Because this is genuine, natural coral. Our coral is gotten in very much appropriate ways. Ethically sourced is the way I was going to explain it. The vast majority of our coral, well, we get it in different ways. Or the main way we get it, well, we can get it sometimes when we're looking for amber. You know, when we go netting for amber, sometimes we'll get coral in that way, in that manner, because obviously coral can be quite buoyant and does get washed up on the seashore. But a lot of it we actually get from where ancient seas way back when used to exist no longer do because of the changing of the tides. So it's essentially coral which has pretty much been fossilized for many years. So totally ethically sourced. We don't go in to the sea and, you know, disturb dolphins having their tea or whatever. We don't, you know, go in and see some coral and, you know, whack it with our flippers. We don't go trawling for it either, you know, big trawler nets. We don't do anything like that here at Jewellery Maker. So totally ethically sourced. So you can buy this with a big thumbs up for you yourself. And also the fact that it is bang on trend right now, the fact that it is that time of year where you're starting to think about those really light and wearable, airy pieces. I'm heading off to a festival in, I think, 2 weeks, 3 weekends time, and I have started getting up my collection of things that I'm going to be gathering together, things that I'm going to be wearing, and a lot of the colours are very similar to this. Very airy, very bright, very kind of fresh in their look and in their appearance, and I think that's what we want, isn't it? When we get to the likes of, you know, holiday times, festival times, we want those light airy colours, because it kind of it puts a little bit of a spring in your step. I don't know about you, but I most certainly notice that I get darker clothes wear wise when it gets into winter months. At this time of year, I want bright and breezy, and I've got it here. You have got natural coral 7mm rounds, your price point today. Oh, anyone else seen those arrows? £4.95. Sorry, really delayed there. £4.95. This is coral. This isn't something that we tend to get our hands on that often. It's not something that we get naturally at all often. £4.95. How often do you see natural coral? Toby's just said. Yeah, Ben just went, Toby, this is coral. We have to climb mountains for this. And Toby just went, yeah, well, I don't have to. If I did, I wouldn't make them £4.95. That is absolutely hitting the nail on the head, Tobes, there. That is not the type of price point we should be seeing at all. £4.95 for you today. That is a cracking deal. It truly is. And it's going to be a double star buy. So I'd like to show you this alongside my other coral, if I may, because I think this colour just works. Look at those together.
Peaches and cream.
Peaches and cream. What's that?
It's all about the food.
Peaches and cream. It's a song, isn't it? Is it a song?
Food.
I have got a really lovely, sort of tasty pairing, isn't it, Sammy?
Gorgeous. It's like luxurious. Really is. I love coral, and it does have a perceived value, and that value isn't £4.95.
Tell me what the perceived value of coral is.
That's quite sought after, especially if you tell them it's ethically sourced.
Does that make a big difference, do you think?
Massive difference, because we're becoming, everybody's becoming much more aware of the effects we are having as a world on our planet. And coral, you know, the Great Barrier Reef not having a great time of things.
No, very true.
Everybody's really worrying about it all. So if you tell them you've got ethically sourced coral, then they can have guilt-free coral.
Yes.
It's, you know, it's great.
It really is. And I like that people care about that, and I like that you tell people that as well.
I do, and I tell them about all of our stones being ethically sourced, because that is massively important to me. But the coral is even more so. And if you tell people that, when they look for coral jewellery elsewhere and they ask that question, and if the people don't know the answer, then they're not going to buy it. because you don't want to be destroying the planet just to put it on your neck.
No, you're right. And with these, you don't have that guilt on your conscience. You also aren't going to have a guilty conscience because we're going to match the price. No. But better. £3.95.
Well, this is the thing, right? I come here to earn money and I go home and I spend it.
You've spent it.
I see it in the studio and I know that it's a really good price. And I know that our prices have dropped so much recently. And it's just like, I don't know what to say. I want to earn money, not spend it all here, but I do, because it's so good. It's such a good value.
Good. And the thing is, you sell your jewellery on, so it's lovely swings and roundabouts.
Oh, I know. I mean, this is the thing, is that obviously if the prices here are dropping, then my margins are going up.
Of course they are, yeah, definitely.
So, yeah, it's good.
It is very, very, very good. I'd love to know what you would do with these two strands together, please.
I'd put them together, just like one, then the other, one, then the other. So, and then you'd have like, it just looked beautiful.
Also, just alternate them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Really cool. It's simple. But a lot of my beaded jewellery is very, very simple. Because it's kind of what I do. And it's also, it sells. I'm not a great beader, but I like simple classic designs. And I think probably because I put so many hours into my wire work, when I do my beading, I want something classic and something elegant, and it sells time and time again, because quite often that's what people want to wear, quite honestly.
Yeah.
And you put one, then the other, one, then the other, and if you put a tiny little sterling silver spacer bead in there, because it is coral, and I don't think we're kind of, we're undervaluing it here, because it is sought after. Your tiny little sterling silver space bead between there, you have something that is really, really beautiful. The only effort is threading that on the beading thread. It's just so pretty.
And that's so simple. Brand new beginners can do this.
Yeah.
Brand new beginners can do that.
Yeah.
What would you, can I ask, what would you use thread and material wise if you wanted to
beading thread.
Just beading thread.
If you wanted to knot them, you could knot them. And then you can have the silver beads, if you get them with a hole big enough, we do sell them. They'll sit over each knot. Or you can have them with just the knots as the as the spacer.
Yeah.
Again, but just beading thread works every single time.
It is just.
It's just beautiful, isn't it?
It's just a wowzer. It really, really is. And I don't say wowzer for just anything. I don't. £4.95 for you today, ladies and gentlemen. Do I say wowzer a lot? No. You've just made me conscious of it now. I'm going to check. Someone do a wowzer tally next time I'm on. Friday, get your wowzer tally out, please, Toby. £3.95 is your price point on the pink coral. And I did bring the white to you for £1 extra earlier on. Okay, we are back into Treat Tuesday right here, right now, with another strand of your tanzanite. This tanzanite is a beautifully faceted rondelle strand. And it's got great clarity to it, actually, for a rondelle. A really, really, really great clarity. Now, I didn't really talk to you so much about your tanzanite earlier on. When you're dealing with a tanzanite, when you get, say, a tanzanite in a kit, how does it make you feel, can I ask?
Very special if I get it in a kit. It's like, wow, because we don't normally see it in a kit because it's too high value.
Yeah, of course.
I love it. It's breathtaking. I love the kind of bluey purple that it doesn't have. No other stone has quite that hue.
Yes, yeah. So it still makes you feel quite privileged then. And what is it about tanzanite that does that? Apart from you hardly see it in kits.
I think because it is what it is. It's from one place in the world, which is nice. That's why I like it, and like Larimar and things like that.
Yeah, me too.
And because of that, because its rarity, because of its colour, because it is a high value, inherently high value. You're going to say that and he's going to do something stupid with the price, isn't he?
The price is ridiculous on this, I have to admit. Because tanzanite with faceted quality, great clarity at this price is really almost unheard of a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Definitely a year ago. Would never have seen it. No.
And for £5 off, you definitely wouldn't have seen it, ladies and gentlemen. Your price is rolling down. And £5 back in your pocket with another £5 because, ladies and gentlemen, I've just taken £10 off the price of this faceted, stunning quality tanzanite. That carat weight and this quality at that price is phenomenal. Not so long ago, I was bringing to you double nugget strands like the ones I showed you earlier with the beautiful emerald, etc. And I was bringing one nugget strand to you for $14.95. Not faceted like this, not with clarity like this, not with colour bursts and pops like this. That is truly phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it just goes to show just how much our prices have come down.
They really genuinely have, haven't they?
Yeah.
Dramatically.
Yes.
We're just getting more and more and more buying power, and we're just getting more and more and more of a treat and a deal. And speaking of a treat and a deal, I am going to ask you a question now. Question. Tell me what you think about me. It's exactly what came into my mind, and I was trying to get that out. Stop it! What is that? Was that on a film?
It's a song. It's a song.
Yeah, Destiny's Child, and it's off. Was it off Charlie's Angels?
Yes.
Ah, yeah, it was.
Full throttle.
Full throttle. Wow.
Really? Wow.
Yes, Michael, you're correct. It was. Anyway, I've got a question for you now because you have the opportunity to win pieces of Sammy's jewellery. We're going to be giving away a couple of pieces of Sammy's jewellery made from her challenge kit today. And all you have to do is answer a question. On Treat Tuesdays, I always give you a competition. Treat Tuesday will be every other Tuesday when you see me and my wonderful team. We like to give away a few prizes to make Tuesday less of a myth day, more of a yay day. We should get that on a poster because that was good, wasn't it? It made a lot of sense. I have got the opportunity for you to win a couple of Sammy's pieces. All you have to do is text us in the answer to this question. What does the term keshi mean in Japanese? With a Treat Tuesday question, I will always make sure I give you the answer once, twice, sometimes 3 times. So you do need to text in. I'm going to give you, how long are we giving? 5 minutes. 5 minutes from now to text in, ladies and gentlemen. So do feel free to text in those answers. Do not forget your customer number, or you can also get in touch at JewelleryMaker.com. There's a little box there, send a message to the studio. Answer in there, send it through, and we'll be picking one of you at random. 5 minutes counts now for you. We'll be picking you at random a little bit later on, so do stay tuned for that. I'll be announcing it within the next hour or so. Final chance on your tanzanite now, ladies and gentlemen, at £14.95 for you. Let me ask you as well, how do you feel about giving away your jewellery? Is it fun for you?
It's lovely. I think it's nice if somebody wants, somebody wants my work. It's always lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people are already texting in
Are they?
with the right answer.
Wow.
Already. People are on it.
good.
People are, I need Sammy's jewellery. So we'll not be closing the text line for about 4 minutes. So do make sure you're staying exactly where you are, and we'll pick one of you in a few minutes. We'll give you a reminder when it's closed. Well done to everyone who's already treated themselves to this tanzanite at just $14.95. Don't forget, we're going to add £10 to that price at 8 o'clock. So you've got to be as quick as a flash to get your hands on this whilst you can. Well done to all of you getting that. This is a very, very special gemstone, very close to my heart. I think it's a hugely underrated gemstone here at Jewellery Maker, which is actually really good for me because sometimes if we've got low stock on strands, we'll still have a couple left at the end of the show and I can buy it, and I pretty much always do. And that's why I love this so much, is because it is one of the most interesting gemstones on the planet. It's a gemstone that, 25, 35 years ago, you literally would not have been able to buy like this because we weren't able to create it like this. This is a gemstone from the top of the world. It is your stunning kyanite. Kyanite from Nepal, created way back when, before all of the movement from Pangea, created when you get these elements and these details, building blocks to make up this gemstone, which is then due to the movement of those tectonic plates, etc., which attach to each other, which push each other up with huge amounts of force, which then meant that this formed essentially at a much lower altitude than it was, but due to the movement of what was essentially near to Australia, moving up and crashing into these and pushing it up. That means that something which essentially has formed at quite a low altitude has been pushed up to the top of the earth, and from this one coming from that Nepal region, coming from those beautiful, that scape of Himalayan mountains, and you have something here which is such a unique and individual gem that has been created in that way, that has been created in that manner, that is coming to you here now. I said we weren't able to get anything like this sort of 25, 30 years ago, and it's absolutely true. We didn't have the technology, but now we do. And now, yeah, you're right. We couldn't cut it because of the way in which this is built up and the way in which this looks. And how would I describe it? The way I would describe it is basically you've got something that's referred to as a perfect cleavage. Sounds good, but it's not a gemstone. What you get essentially is the building blocks of this, which gives you two very, very, very different hardnesses. You've got one end of the gem, in one direction of the gem, which is a really, really, really sturdy 7 on the Mohs, and then on the other element, the other direction of this gem won't be a 7, it'll be a 4.5 on the Mohs. We've got loads of people texted in, and I'm giggling because someone's has been auto-cued and auto-corrected, sorry, and it's spelt quite wrong. So you've got these two hardnesses, which is why it's known as a polymorphic gemstone. So a lot of the time when you're even faceting this, you're cutting all these sides off at different points. Even if you polish this in the wrong direction, it was just falling apart, the whole thing of it, because it's a polymorphic gem. So a really unique gem. To get it faceted is incredibly rare. You've got singular figures on the market that are sold even to this day that are faceted, because it's still a rarely used method, but it gives such an individual look. It's a very, very rare gem from a very unique point of the earth with a very unique and individual look. If you want it, come on and get it. What's your price point today? £14.95. That made Sammy go, I am hiding something. The price drop. £9.95 is your actual price. Now, I know, Sammy, you love working with a big range of gemstones. I know you understand you're big, you're special, you're unique, you connoisseur picks like this. You weren't expecting that, were you?
Not at all, because of the faceting thing.
Yep.
Yeah, kyanite's just gorgeous.
Yeah.
It is. I don't have a lot of it. I think because it's not something you get a lot of.
You're right. It is extremely rare.
Yeah, I do adore it. I can't believe that. I'm going to put that on the list, Tony. That's it.
Oh yeah, please, yeah, go ahead. It is a really, really exceptional deal. It truly, truly is. There's so many of you already checking your baskets out on that. I'm absolutely gobsmacked. There's so many of you multi-purchasing on this. This is one of the rarest. Oh my gosh, I've got 32 now. Can I just say it's because I've had people checking out 2s, 3s and 4s of these, so that's why I've only got 28 left now. There's mammoth amounts of you with it in your baskets. I would say buy now, research later. If you don't know anything about this gemstone, buy it now, research later. 30-day money back guarantee if you don't absolutely fall head over heels for it. But trust me on this, it is truly one of the rarest, one of the most unique and one of the most difficult gemstones to work with. Don't get me wrong, as a creative, now that it's been faceted as sturdy as you like. It's really, really sturdy. You've essentially got a 7 on the Mohs scale across this, even though in a certain director you've got the 4.5 on the other side. So you don't have to worry about working with these. They're not going to break apart in your hands because they've been finished so excellently, and because they've been cut in such a way. You can work with these time and time again, and you don't have to worry because they're sturdy, they're durable, and at this beauty, they are just captivating. Okay, 13's unlucky for some, I can tell you that for no reason, for a reason, because so many of you have it in your baskets. We are over allocated at this point, and I do greatly apologise to anyone missing out. I mean, I'm gutted I'm missing out, because trust me, I can't think of the last time at staff, well, I've not ever at staff cost got a kyanite at that price point, maybe on a nugget strand, but I can't even guarantee that. Yeah. That is a very, very special price for me, a most unexpected. $9.95, well done everyone, over allocated massively now, about 20 in baskets. I'm going to bring something for all you chainmail artists and all of you big, bold, beautiful kind of creatives who want to make some real statement pieces, because I'm bringing you square jump rings. Take a little look at these square jump rings, ladies and gentlemen. No, I've not got confused with shapes. It's square jump ring because it's so my director just went, yeah, what are you talking about? If I open this up for you, it's square profile. So that means the wire itself is square. Can you see that? So it gives you a totally different look, a totally different feel, and a totally different appeal to these beautiful jump rings. They are really thick and sturdy, that square wire as well. If you love working with chainmail, then what a great way to get involved. But even if you don't, I just like the idea of linking all of these together to create a really beautiful pair of earrings or chain for a necklace or bracelet. I've just seen some arrows come in, which means you roll these prices down. Ladies and gentlemen, come in and treat yourself to goodies like this whilst you can, because at £8.95, you're getting absolutely loads of them. I didn't want that many to fall out. I was just trying to help one out. £8.95 for you today on this collection. It's a very, very, very workable amount you've got in here, because if you look at the size of these, you're going to see that you've got size-wise internal diameter. This is an ish. Internal diameter is approximately 1.5 mil, approximately. On these ones. You've got 16 mil on them in total, so approximately, you know, sort of a 14, 15 mil internally. So a real nice, big, sturdy, durable amount of your metal in here, which means for you chainmail artists, you could do so many different weaves. A little Mobius ring with this would be super duper simple, wouldn't it? That would be really, really simple to be able to do. Obviously this isn't a full Mobius ring, but I haven't got time to show you a full one, but just to give you an idea, linked in together, what a gorgeous design you could do. Obviously you'd add more to that, you know, up to 5 you could easily do more, but that'd be really a lovely, beautiful effect, isn't it? Wouldn't it? And what would you be doing with something like this, Sammy? Because I know it's something, this kind of look, that I could imagine you kind of enjoying, because it's quite industrial.
Yeah, I do like playing with the industrial and the steampunk and that kind of thing. I think they're really, really good fun, and I think they can be really classic and elegant at the same time. I do like the idea of just linking. So I'd probably do 1 and then 2 into 1, and then just keep going. It's quite a simple thing, but then you've got the facets on them. They do look faceted. They do because of the shape of that wire. Yes. Yeah. Well done to all of you who treated yourself to those. Really quickly, one more before the break, the fire opal. And this is a big, bold strand of your fire opal. Really mammoth, mammoth, mammoth pieces. These are huge natural pieces of your fire opal, which have got such a big carat weight to each and every individual one, and really tell the story of their formation. I talked to you earlier on about our white opal,
that new strand I brought to you, about how they're built up. Well, this is built up in a very similar way, but differing slightly, because it's literally a creation of fire and water, because it's built up in this area whereby you essentially have a landscape created and kind of strewing from the ground of these highly volcanic regions, these mountain peaks, these mountainous areas, these rocky edges with that hot heat colour of the desert, but also of that magma and that molten and that volcanic activity. I like that is reminiscent of the strand I have in front of me now. And if you want to treat yourself to this, you do know what to do. Get yourself on the app, get yourself online, get it in your basket, check it out whilst you can, because your price is just £6.95. These are big, bold, beautiful pieces of your fire opal, totally naturally occurring in its look, and a mammoth carat weight on these. Absolutely huge. At £6.95, it's not the price we're used to seeing big pieces of fire opal for, but we have got the opportunity for you to get it today. Well, I love how you've got that differentiation between the colours. You've got some that are more sherry, and then you've got some that show off more of those amber tones, and then you've got some that are really toffee, like some of them are a bit cinder toffee actually, aren't they, in their colour. You've got such a range, you've got such a differentiation between them, and it's £6.95. It really is a wonderful deal. Ladies and gentlemen, I have so many more goodies coming up for you, and if you've just tuned in and you're thinking, oh, I wonder what Sammy made, don't worry. My final hour is going to be demonstration hour for you, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you're staying tuned for that. And just to let you know, the competition lines have closed, and after the break, I will be announcing your winner. We'll see you very, very soon.
Lapis lazuli is a beautiful gemstone, instantly recognisable for its blue tones. Lapis lazuli is in fact made up of lazurite, calcite and pyrite. Now these pyrite inclusions are really